Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, Early Edition, with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Rome for the elections, and here's what's coming up on today's program.
To come, we've only been here 19 days. I want to see over the next year people retain more of their income, because I believe that it's the British people that are going to drive this economy, and that's why I want people to retain more of the income that they earn.
Sterling crash, the pound plunges to a record low as Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng vows to press on with tax cuts. Watching for intervention, expectations mount for assertive action from the BOE, with Deutsche Bank calling for an emergency jumbo hike. Plus, the end of the Draghi era, while Italy's Giorgia Meloni wins a clear majority in Sunday's election, ushering in the nation's most right-wing government since World War II. So, the market's really falling out of bed, especially when you look at the UK. So let's first of all check the markets overall, but extreme pressure on currencies all across the world. The pound plunging to a record low. UK gilts crashed to actually send the 10-year yield above 4% for the first time since 2010. In fact, there's a huge repricing of the whole UK gilt curve. Let's bring in Bloomberg's MLive Mark Cudmore. Mark, I don't know whether once we get $1 to the pound, that's a floor, or whether it goes even lower.
I think the pound will definitely go lower than here unless the Bank of England validates the yield price we've seen today. So at the front end of the curve, we've seen pretty extraordinary move in yields. The 2-year yields are up about 50 basis points, a little bit lower just as I walked into the studio, but earlier on today it was a little bit over 50 basis points. And unless the Bank of England come in soon and say, look, this market pricing makes sense. Now, they might get away with only delivering that via rhetoric by saying we're going to hike very aggressively in November. But much more likely, they're going to need to actually validate with action. They might be forced to an emergency hike. If they don't, the currency remains the only outlet for the UK's twin deficits, where traders continue to be concerned.
So, Mark, I don't know whether there's a huge repricing in terms of gilts and whether that continues going forward, or whether we're just going to see more on the currency side.
So I think that we're going to get more pressure both in gilts and in the currency. Ultimately, we still have deeply negative real yields at this level. And you know, that's very difficult when you've got a country that does have twin deficits. So when you've got twin deficits in a world of rising yields, well, how do you make your debt more attractive? Because you've got to fund those twin deficits, and that means a debt problem. So either you can offer much more attractive yields, and at the moment with UK's inflation rate, they need to hike rates hundreds and hundreds of basis points to get close to positive real yields. So the debt is unlikely to be attractive. So the only other way you can fund those twin deficits is by offering a massive discount through the currency. And that's why the currency has weakened so much this year. And that's why the pressure is going to remain on until people feel enough of a discount is either priced through the currency, or we get some significant rate hikes to ease up on those negative real yields, or most likely some combination of the two.
Mark, I'm kind of transfixed. I have to say, I'm looking at the market moves and I'm thinking, like, what did the Chancellor say? Why did he double down? I mean, they're really betting that this will spur growth down the line. If you're the BOE, how do you react? So you can't be seen as just going, you know, against your Chancellor straight away. But if they move by 150 basis points, like markets are pricing in, what does that do to the economy? And what does that do to pound?
So The economy is in trouble, but actually the Bank of England have been given cover to move. Because remember, it's only last Thursday that they hiked 50 basis points when the market was kind of saying, look, 75 basis points might make more sense. So they were on the slightly dovish side. Yes, it was a hawkish 50 basis points hike, but they were dovish side of expectations on Thursday. Now, suddenly, if they're going to deliver an emergency hike or justify much more aggressive hiking, well, they can say, well, it's the government's mini budget that provides this cover. It's the government that's providing fiscal stimulus that lets us tighten on the monetary policy side. And that might make sense if they're given time. You're talking, Fran, about whether they can get away with 150 basis points in November. They're going to have to deliver much more than that, and probably earlier. I do think the chances of an emergency hike at some point are rising, unless we really get some very, very aggressive rhetoric from the Bank of England, or we get the government slightly rowing back in their idea that they're going to continue with unfunded tax cuts. But at the moment, it's an unsustainable situation. So either we get an emergency hike or we see much lower prices in the sterling.
So, Mark, and I know, I mean, this is a nightmare, right, for the balance of payment, for the twin deficits, and actually the UK also doesn't export much. So it doesn't really help at the margin at all.
No, I mean, look, you're right that the economy is in trouble. So if they hike rates, yes, the more real yield they offer is slightly better. Now today, we've finally seen 2-year UK yields rise above US 2-year yields. We've seen 10-year yields in the UK rise above 10-year yields. We've got the whole curve above. So suddenly UK debt is starting to look more attractive on a relative basis, at least to nominal returns. But of course, we have real returns, and UK's inflation problem is worse. You are right that the Bank of England does tighten rates aggressively. What's going to happen to the economy? The UK economy is in deep, deep trouble. No matter what happens, we've been gone beyond the case of worrying about the UK economy and marginal issues there. We know the UK is going to have a terrible 2023. We know it's going to be in deep recession. What we're worried about now is stopping a currency crisis. We can't be concerned about the recession in the UK. We've gone way beyond that level of concern.
All right, Mark, thank you so much, as always, for your great insight. Mark Cunmore there from our MLive team. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. A number of small protests have broken out in Russia against President Putin's conscription plans. This as fears grow that the Kremlin may ban some men from leaving the country. Over the weekend, people waited for hours in long lines at crossings into Finland, Kazakhstan and Georgia. Moscow attempted to reassure citizens, saying some will be exempt from being forced to join the army. Now, China's Communist Party has reaffirmed President Xi Jinping as its core, as it published the list of delegates for next month's landmark twice-a-decade leadership summit. Xinhua news agency says more than 2,200 officials were elected for the 20th Party Congress. The twice-a-decade gathering starts in mid-October, with President Xi Jinping expected to secure a third term in office. The Philippines is holding talks to buy fuel and other commodities from Russia. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. told Bloomberg the country is close to deals with some fuel suppliers. He said the Philippines' national interest in diversifying energy sources overrides concerns about Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Now maybe we need to approach Russia and say that maybe they can loosen up and provide us with some fuel. The political side of it has been, of course, a little tricky. But nonetheless, the national interest comes first. And so we have to find those new sources of fuel.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Coming up, Giorgia Meloni wins a clear victory in Italy's elections, setting up the country's most right-wing government since World War II. We discuss economic policies next, and this is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Rome. Now, Giorgia Meloni has won a clear majority in Sunday's Italian elections, setting herself up to become the country's first female prime minister at the head of the most right-wing government since World War II. Now, we're joined by Marco Elzer. He is partner at London Capital. Marco, thank you for joining us. I mean, every time I come to Rome, I usually try and catch up to ask you about the markets, but actually the markets are pretty okay about Italy right now. They're freaking about the UK.
Is the UK. The biggest problem is the UK.
But is the UK a warning shot for Italy? You can't spend too much, keep your deficit in check, keep your debt in check, or else.
It's definitely a huge shot across the bow. The fact the Italian markets have not reacted, the world market have not reacted to Meloni's victory is actually a good sign. But I think what's happening in England really is very, very scary. And Meloni is going to have a very difficult challenge to get everything organized because some of her partners are believing in spending cuts, tax cuts, excuse me, and that is not going to be good for the economy. And the same thing
So do you
UK is
think,
doing.
Marco, she'll go ahead with tax cuts given what's happening in the UK and pound at a record low?
She's a very smart person. She's from Rome. She grew up in Rome, and she is very, very ambitious. First of all, kudos to her for having won the election. The first time a woman becomes president of the Consiglio, prime minister in Italy. I think she's going to be smart enough to realize that certain of the promises she made, she will not be able to maintain, and she'll be frank about it.
Yeah, so do you think actually she'll be Euro-friendly? She has been in the past Eurosceptic, and I think part of the largely muted market reaction is they're really trying to figure out what she'll do.
Reading into her, I've never met her personally, but I think her political views are pretty straightforward. She's very much pro-Ukraine, pro-Europe. The problem
she hasn't always been pro-Europe.
No, she hasn't been.
Right.
Well, tomatoes ripen, they're green, they become red. They ripen. She's changed her views. She's matured. The problem is, I think, is her political allies who may have different views. And that's going to be the biggest challenge for Giorgia, to see how she can coalesce sometimes warring factions within her own group.
But she has a big majority. She's done better than both the other parties put together. So she doesn't have to listen to them or be warring with Europe. Or warring with Germany?
When you see, well, first of all, with regards to Italian politics, I think the fact that Lega, which was Italy's very, very successful party, literally imploded since the last elections, and there's going to be some very strong requests to change the leadership. Hopefully Salvini will leave and will be replaced somebody much more intelligent, much more market-friendly, like Giorgetti, who's a very, very erudite, smart person. That could help, and that would actually help Meloni create a plan which is financially viable, because Meloni's biggest, I shouldn't say a flaw, but her biggest lack is she does not have the political experience.
Right, so who does she put as finance minister? This is, crucial for, for the markets to remain comfortable.
I mentioned Giorgetti. I think he's a very, very smart person. I don't have the same views he has, but he's very, very smart, and he is very much listened to by the European Union and by international markets, because he's proven what he's done has been very, very coherent with democracy.
But how she'll deal with the cost of living crisis? I mean, this is a huge problem, right? Energy prices, because of the link also between Italy and Russia, will skyrocket like the rest of Europe, but maybe even more, and this country has a huge debt problem. Will they have access to the 1.9 billion that the EU will give them in December?
With regards to the funding from the European Union, I'm not concerned about, because Draghi's philosophy, whatever it takes, is still the ace of spades, and that's going to work. That's the reason why I think Italian markets have not reacted, Francine, after yesterday's results. I think the problem really is going to be what Conte and his really, really not very smart idea of just giving away money. The reason why M5S, Five-Star Movement, which has got a significant amount of votes, they didn't earn the votes, they just bought them. They promised people money, and people voted for them, which is really, really not very good. And I think the first thing Meloni should do is literally eliminate that. That's going to show the financial markets that she is thinking straight, because a lot of these people, you have to know, and the
I mean,
viewers
Margaret,
yes.
the other concern, of course, is some of her stance in the past on LGBTQ communities, on the fact that she's praised also Viktor Orban, on, you know, her talk on immigration. How will she govern? We're talking about, is she far right? Is she not far right? You speak to people around her and she says, look, this is a candidate that's matured, that's changed, and that will be more mainstream.
Look, at the cost of making an analogy, which may not be the best analogy, Luigi Di Maio, who was actually a pretty good foreign minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Italy, used to sell soft drinks at the stadium. So people do mature, they grow, they change their views. I think Giorgia Meloni, notwithstanding her past, that she was very close to extreme right, I think has matured, and she's going to realize that if she wants to be a leader and be remembered as a leader, she'll have to come.
But I keep on being told that actually politicians don't always mean their words, and what they say is full of political votes. But actually what Trump has taught us, what also Boris Johnson has taught us, Liz Truss, is that usually when you promise things, you try and follow through once you get elected. And
Liz Truss is the proof that poor cable has just collapsed to all-time lows this morning. I think, look, I don't know Giorgia Meloni. She's honest. She does not have a reputation of being a corrupt person, and she's going to do the good for Italy. She's not going to do the good. She's going to do what I think Obama did, is be the president for all the people. Her views on LGBTQ, her views on immigrants, I think are going to have to be perhaps filed down a bit.
Yeah.
That's my only hope, because otherwise Italy's going to be a pariah. Now, what you properly said, Francine, is that what happened to England today is a wonderfully timed warning shot for Meloni to watch out.
Yeah, I wonder whether Meloni's looking at pound like we do. Maybe. Marco, thanks so much. As always, Marco Elzer, partner at Lonson Capital, joining us on a rainy rooftop in Rome. Now, coming up, sterling crash. The pound plunges to a record low as the Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, vows to press on with tax cuts. We'll have plenty more of that next. And this is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Rome. Now, Liz Truss's new government has a dramatic start with the pound plunging on its tax plans. Let's go straight to Lizzie Burden, who joins us from the Labour Party conference in Liverpool with a guest. Hi, Lizzie.
Hi, Francine. Well, I am in Liverpool at Labour Party conference with the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. Rachel, thank you so much for joining me. Over the weekend, the pound has tanked because of the news that Kwasi Kwarteng is going to add to his fiscal package on Friday with even more tax cuts. Now, you have called it casino economics, but what if Kwasi Kwarteng's gamble pays off and we all feel pretty good by 2024?
Well, we saw on Friday the markets begin to react to what the Chancellor set out in his statement, a series of unfunded tax cuts, primarily for the richest in society. And that has put pressure on sterling, not just against the dollar, but also against the euro. And that has consequences in the real world, because it will push up inflation further. It pushes up the costs of government borrowing, and in turn, it will mean higher borrowing costs for families and for businesses as well. So at the moment, we've got a situation where the Bank of England is got its foot on the brake, and the Chancellor's got his foot on the accelerator.
So should the Bank of England be intervening?
That is road to ruin.
To save the pound? Should Andrew Bailey step in?
Well, look, I was an economist at the Bank of England for many years before I became Member of Parliament, and I respect the operational independence of the bank. But the bank has a clear mandate to control inflation, and they will see the impact that is happening now on sterling and the impact that will have in turn on inflation. And so there will be further pressure on the bank to increase interest rates. does. And as I say, that means higher borrowing costs for families and higher borrowing costs for businesses, which is why I fear that for all the talk from the Chancellor last Friday, this is not a plan for growth, because if families have got less money to spend because they're spending more on mortgage interest payments, and if businesses are put off investment because of the cost of borrowing going up, we're not going to get the growth. Trickle-down economics is not going to work. It hasn't worked in the past, and this is just putting further pressure on inflation and interest rates.
So should Kwasi Kwarteng step in to save the pound?
Well, Kwasi Kwarteng at the weekend fuelled this sell-off of the pound by doubling down on his package on Friday and suggesting that there is more to come. That is not what financial markets want to hear. They want to hear that the Chancellor has got a serious plan for getting a grip of the public finances. We didn't hear that on Friday, we didn't hear it over the weekend, and now we have that reaction in global financial markets to the irresponsible and reckless statement that we had from the Chancellor on Friday and the comments through the course of the weekend.
So what financial markets and business want is credibility, stability. This is your chance to present yourself as a government in waiting, but isn't the advantage of the Tory package that at least it's clear?
Well, I set out Labour's fiscal rules a year ago, that we would pay for day-to-day spending through tax receipts, that we would get our debt down as a share of GDP. That, of course, in difficult times, some borrowing, responsible borrowing, might be necessary. But then subject to that, we would invest in the industries and the opportunities of the future. And that's what the National Wealth Fund that I'll be setting out at conference today is all about, because there is a global race going on at the moment for the jobs and industries of the future. Britain risks falling behind in that race, whilst other governments support their businesses to get the jobs, to get the factories to their countries. But we're not doing that. My plans that I'll be setting out today would do exactly that, a serious plan for climate, for growth and for levelling up.
And over the weekend, Keir Starmer said that he would reverse this cut to the top rate, but he would keep the cut to the basic rate of income tax, along with all the spending that you would do on public services. How would you afford all of that without adding to borrowing?
Well, I've been very clear, Lizzie, as I say, that we would fund day-to-day spending through tax receipts. And that means difficult decisions, but that is the honest way and the responsible way to manage our public finances, and will give us the room to invest in those industries and jobs of the future through our National Wealth Fund.
Now, the backdrop to this conference, of course, is the strike at the Port of Liverpool. Workers aren't happy because they aren't getting pay rises in line with inflation. Your deputy leader, Angela Rayner, has said that she would repeal all the government's anti-worker legislation. Would you agree with that, or do you admit that your party hasn't made its mind up on how it handles strikes and unions?
Well, I totally understand why working people are taking industrial action to protect their pay and to protect their jobs. That's why we need to get a grip of inflation. Now, the best thing that Labour politicians can do to get a fair deal for workers is to get a Labour government, and that's why I'll be setting out our plans to do exactly that in our conference today. But look, the government are having a bonfire of workers' rights. They are undermining workers' rights. And I'm not surprised that there is this industrial action. We didn't have this sort of industrial action last time we had a Labour government, because the last Labour government respected working people, respected the trade unions that represented them. That's a very different approach from what we see under this Tory government today.
But the flip side of all of this strike action is, of course, disruption. The whole point of strikes, arguably, this is the worst time to be having it. We need to have economic growth. The supply chain disruption could add to inflation. Shouldn't you get tougher on the unions? Would you get tougher on the unions like Liz Truss?
Well, what is Liz Truss doing? She is fuelling the flames of this dispute and adding to the problems. We want workers at work. Workers want to be at work earning a wage. But the government's lack of respect for working people is driving them to this industrial action. We didn't have this sort of industrial unrest when Labour was last in government because we showed respect towards working people. We need to get a grip of inflation. The government's package on Friday did the exact opposite, pushing pushing up inflation rather than trying to get it under control. Workers want a pay rise because they're seeing their wages failing to keep up with the rising cost of living. That is why we must deal with inflation to help protect the living standards of ordinary working people around our country.
So you say that they want a pay rise in line with inflation. Would you give that to public sector workers?
Well, look, we need to grow the economy, but also we've got to get a grip of inflation. The reason why there are pay demands at such high levels is because inflation is at a 40-year high. So the most important thing is that we have a serious plan to grow the economy and a serious plan to get a grip of inflation. We don't have either of those from the government, and that is why people are so unhappy with the direction we're going in.
Rachel Reeves, Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, thank you so much for joining me. Later on in the day, Rachel Reeves is going to present her plan for how she's going to grow the economy through investing in green measures. We'll be listening out for that later, Francine, noon London time.
Yeah, Lizzie, thanks so much. Great interview there, of course, trying to figure out exactly how Labour will position itself and the battle lines going ahead. Now, let's look at that. I'm transfixed, actually, but what's happening not only with gilts, but the pound. Traders ramping up bets of the pace and size of interest rate hikes by the Bank of England after the pound crashed due to fears over the new UK government's fiscal policies. To break down the latest market action, let's bring in Bloomberg's Danny Berger. Danny, transfixed, I say. Everyone just can't really believe what's happening.
I know, and here's the crazy thing, Francine, is the pound is down less than 1% now. These are quite the whiplash moves. We had that flash crash earlier over Asia hours, which makes sense. Liquidity is really thin. Cash markets for bonds weren't open yet. So that release valve for anxiety around the UK after Kwasi Kwarteng talked about more tax cuts, the twin deficits. That's how it played out. But this remarkable rally, yes, we're still down, but again, we have climbed back a significant amount of these losses. And a lot of that is because the carnage, instead of the FX market, is now playing out through the bond market. This is VAR shock type levels when you get yields across the board surging in the UK by more than 40 basis points for most of the front end here, nearly 50 basis points for the 2-year yield at a 2010 high. Part of the reason that sterling is doing better, that perhaps there's expectations that the Bank of England is going to get really aggressive. You get yields high enough, and that can entice foreign buyers back in. So what would be levels which you can entice foreign buyers? 150 basis points currently is what's priced in for November, but perhaps that's not enough. Perhaps you need intermediate hikes. This is something George Saravelis over at Deutsche Bank has been advocating for, saying it's not just that, but it's also QT. You got to put it back into the market. Essentially, you need to put stability and credibility back in. Though I was talking to Martin Malone earlier, Francine, who said, nope, it should be BOE and fiscal government aligned, going full in on this trajectory and this hope for growth.
I have to say, Danny, I'm kind of obsessed with the yield curve. I mean, I know a lot of people are always obsessed, but if you look at it, I mean, it's the first time in 8 years that the UK 10-year yield is above the US 10-year yield. Let's just think about this for a second. And it was really a huge repricing for the yield, I mean, for the curve across the board, really. It was almost undiscriminatory.
It's true, but I think that's an excellent point, Francine, the spread between the UK and the US, because you have to ask the question, what sort of yield premium, what sort of risk premium are traders going to demand in order to jump in and buy this gilt market? Surely it has to be more than the U.S. We're seeing that's what it's being priced in at, but it's to some degree, Francine, is just rearranging deck chairs. Annual debt for the U.K. has now ballooned to over 200 billion pounds because interest rates are going up. It's getting more expensive to service the debt. Is there that full faith and credit? There might not be a risk premium high enough to actually entice investors back in.
Danny, thank you so much. Or Danny Berger there with the crazy, or at least interesting, if I were so British that I couldn't, say something too dramatic, the interesting British moves. Now, Giorgia Meloni has won a clear majority in Sunday's Italian election. Joining us now to talk about all of this is Emanuele Canegrati, member of Liechtenstein Academy Foundation. Emanuele, thank you for joining us. I mean, there's so much going on elsewhere that we kind of forget that we have a new government in place, and actually not many people know what Giorgia Meloni stands for. She says one thing to the international press, another in her rallies here in Rome. What will she do fiscally?
Well, Giorgia Meloni was quite clear on the fiscal point of view. Brothers of Italy fiscal policy is quite right-oriented, so the aim of Brothers of Italy is to cut down taxes. And
can they afford to cut down taxes? I mean, look at the UK, they cut taxes.
Well, it is an interesting question because everybody knows that Italy has quite a tight fiscal space, fiscal capacity, and so this is the challenge for Giorgia Meloni, because if she wants to cut down taxes, she also to be very careful to cut down spending, and this is of course the challenge, because in Italy it's not very easy to cut benefits.
So do you think she'll be calibrated in trying to, you know, if she cuts somewhere, she takes elsewhere?
Yes, in order to pay attention to the balance sheet. Of course, it's not easy in the financial situation, the Italian financial situation, to cut taxes, because debt to GDP ratio is absolutely high, and so Italy is observed from the European Commission. And so I think that Giorgia Meloni will be, very under the lens of
that will depend on who she chooses as finance minister. Are we expecting a market-friendly, international, or a type of finance minister?
That's another challenge, because if Giorgia Meloni wants to, not to broke with Mario Draghi's legacy, so I presume she could select a market-friendly minister.
Is that what she'll do? To reassure Europe that
yes,
she will stay the course?
Well, my opinion is that she's rational in the end, and I don't know what Giorgia Meloni is going to do, of course, but I presume that she really wants to say that she doesn't want to break the European Union down.
Yeah.
She wants to stay in line in a certain sense with Mario Draghi's government.
So, Emanuele, if you're looking at this from an eagle's lens and look at the Italian economy and what the prescriptions needed are to fix it and to get back on track, what would you be putting in place?
Oh, well, it's difficult to say. What happened yesterday was a very strong result, not only for Italy, but for the entire European Union. And, during the electoral campaign,
But she's considered far right. I don't know, at least she has a clear mandate, but I don't know if Europeans are now looking and saying, finally we have someone who's, has in the past been quite belligerent towards Europe.
Yeah, well, both the European Union and financial markets, I believe, have a great memory. And so the great challenge is also to reconsider the semantic, if you pass me the word, the semantic of his political position.
Yeah.
And just in order to say, I'm far right or right. And this is the great challenge, in my opinion, because being the far right for financial markets and the European Union means something. Being right and more conservative means something else.
So as the British say, the proof is in the pudding. When do we know that pudding? Is it in the next couple of months where she'll stick or not to the EU plan? Or what are the 2-3 policies that we need to watch out for?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that Giorgia Meloni is going to take the first choice over the next days, and it will be very important choices for both for European Union financial markets, and well, we have a budget law over the next days, and this will be the first
thing that she'll
challenge.
do.
Yes.
But of course, it could take 1 or 2 weeks, right, for her to try and form a government. So we'll see how that goes. Emanuele, thank you so much. Emanuele Candigrati, they're a member of the Liechtenstein Academy Foundation. Now, some breaking news from the OECD. It's cutting almost all of their growth forecast for the G20 next year. Not great news. I know already it's raining and we have the pound imploding. But they were actually saying that all of them are being cut down. Indonesia, the only member with a slightly better outlook, but all of them actually quite significantly lower. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. Unilever says CEO Alan Jope has informed the board of his intention to retire at the end of 2023. Jope leaves after 5 years in the role and more than 35 years at the consumer goods giant, which has said it's facing unprecedented levels of inflation recently. Now Shell is to exit its 2 offshore wind projects in Ireland, leaving Simply Blue Group in search of a new partner. Offshore wind developer Simply Blue says it remains committed to completing the sites off the coast of Cork and Clare. The projects aim to deliver a combined 2.65 gigawatts of floating wind power for Ireland. Now, China's construction bankers setting up a $4 billion fund to buy properties from developers as policymakers step up efforts to contain a real estate crisis. The bank says the fund will invest in existing assets of property developers and renovate them into rental housing. CCB says the fund will last for 10 years with a possible extension. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Francine.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Coming up, sterling crash. The pound plunges to a record low as Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng vows to press on with tax cuts. Also, gilts on the move. Or Danny Berger flagging the UK 2-year yield now up 51 basis points. A lot of people and a lot of trading floors will probably have to be sedated now. We'll go through what happens for the UK next. This is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Rome. Now, the pound also hovering near a record low after a frantic 20-minute sell-off this morning by traders. Let's also look at yields, and I have to say they're off the cliff. The UK 10-year yield above 4% for the first time since 2010. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Phil Aldrich and David Finnerty. Thank you both for joining us. I have 1,000,001 questions. Let's start with David. David, what happens to sterling now? Does it go below $1? And what does it mean for government policy?
I think the key thing for sterling, certainly in the near term, is these expectations for the Bank of England to raise rates. You look at the markets already factoring in, they're raising rates by up to 160 basis points at the next meeting alone, which is in November. Now, of course, they may act before, they may not. So I think if they don't, the key thing is the rhetoric they come out, because the market's expecting this. If you don't deliver, the market will be very disappointed very quickly, and you'll see sterling sell off. So the Bank of England, any rhetoric has to be very hawkish. We have Hugh Pill, the main economist, speaking tomorrow, and markets will be looking for him to signal that they're going to do something. If that doesn't happen, I think this market expectations are unwound quite quickly, and sterling comes under pressure very quickly.
So, Phil, I know you look at this, almost minute by minute. How problematic, first of all, is it for the Bank of England to almost go against government policy? I mean, there's zero coordination here. Do the two sides regroup and rethink the way forward?
Well, actually, we had Gerard Lyons. Sorry, we had Gerard Lyons.
Sorry, David, let me just go to Phil. Phil Aldrich first.
We had Gerard Lyons, who's one of the sort of external advisors to the government, on Bloomberg Radio this morning, and he was pointing out that this is a new economic framework. So I don't think there is going to be this kind of policy coordination of, we're going to go easy on fiscal measures to stop any inflationary pressure so that the bank doesn't need to raise rates. It's not. It's very much the plan is to provide fiscal support for households, etc., and then get inflation under control with the Bank of England. So it feels like the markets are resetting to a new political reality in the UK, and that was really drawn into focus at the budget, which was, not unexpected. The measures were not unexpected, but as soon as it becomes real, it becomes tangible.
So, Phil Aldrich, what happens now? Does the Bank of England go aggressively, and what does that do to the economy? Or does the government temper down what they've been saying?
I think, well, first of all, I think to try and stabilise markets, Kwasi Kwarteng, the Chancellor, is probably going to have to provide some more information on the fiscal rules that he's talked about. So there's got to be this sense that the government is going to have some kind of fiscal credibility. There is going to be some, public finance framework in place, which we haven't actually got yet. He just sort of talked about it loosely. And what the bank is clearly going to do is they're going to be raising rates, quite aggressively. We had the half-point rate hike last week. It would be quite shocking if it would send a signal of panic if they had to intervene in markets in between meetings, so before November. But by November, I mean, we're looking at a 100 basis point increase potentially in November, because they're going to have to move faster than expected.
David Finnerty, do you think that the government has just gotten market reaction wrong?
Well, certainly, it depends what the market it was looking for. Certainly, I don't think it quite judged the market reaction at all. I mean, the market going into the mini budget, everyone was expecting, some giveaway, shall we say, but the size of it really did surprise the markets. I think, to be honest, it surprised the Bank of England, you could argue, because if they know this, the question would have been, would they have raised rates by 75 basis points last week rather than 50 basis points? So there's a big discrepancy going on here, and particularly with them adding fuel to the fire by saying, hey, more rate cuts may be coming over the weekend. The market obviously doesn't like this, and the sell-off is reacting to that. And now the catch is for the Bank of England, it's hands forced, because it's been expected to raise rates by so much now. If it doesn't deliver, then again, the sterling gets sold. So Bank of England in a bit of an awkward scenario at the moment.
Yeah, awkward. That's so British. It's so understated. Thank you both for joining us, Phil Aldrich and David Finnerty. Now, we'll have, of course, plenty more from the UK shortly. Let's also now bring in Lizzie Burden, who joins us from the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. So, Lizzie, you also spoke to the Shadow Chancellor. What did we learn?
Well, she was making a clear pitch to our audience, the financial markets, that her Labour Party would be more credible in terms of handling the UK economy. She's calling for credibility, which echoes the call from economists like Simon French. Remember Panmure Gordon. Remember the fiscal event on Friday was not accompanied by a forecast from the official fiscal watchdog, the Office for Budget Responsibility, even though the OBR said that it had time to make a quick assessment of the economic impact. Kwarteng said that that's coming later in the year. And so apart from the fact that these tax cuts, and we know now that more are coming down the pipeline because Kwarteng said so over the weekend, what's offensive to markets is the amount of borrowing and this credibility point. So Rachel Reeves really trying to hammer that home just now.
Lizzie, thanks so much. Lizzie Burden there with the very latest, of course, from Liverpool. Coming up, we'll have more on the UK, on pound plunging, including what sectors, of course, we should be closely watching after the fallout. Also, watch out for gilts. This is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Rome. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. The pound has plunged to a record low against the dollar after the UK Chancellor doubled down on tax cut plans. The decline follows the release on Friday of Kwasi Kwarteng's growth plan, which detailed the biggest tax giveaway in half a century. Asked about tax cuts over the weekend, he told the BBC there's more to come. Now, Giorgia Meloni has won a clear majority in Italy's election, setting herself up to become the country's first female Prime Minister. According to projections, her right-wing alliance, which includes Matteo Salvini's League and Silvio Berlusconi's Forza Italia, took about 43% of the vote. That would give the bloc at least 114 seats and a majority in the Italian Senate. A number of small protests have broken out in Russia against President Putin's conscription plans. This as fears grow that the Kremlin may ban some men from leaving the country. Over the weekend, people waited for hours in long lines at land crossings, including Finland, Kazakhstan and Georgia. Moscow attempted to reassure citizens, saying some will be exempt from being forced to join the army. A new poll over in the US says Democrats want the party to replace President Biden as its 2024 nominee. According to the Washington Post ABC News poll, just 35% of Democrats and Democrat-leaning independents want the president to be nominated. Meanwhile, 47% of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents want former President Donald Trump to be the party's nominee. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thanks so much. Now, let's have a look at pound, because I'm getting a couple, not many, but a couple of Twitter messages saying, why are you still implying that pound is imploding? It's off the lows. Yes, sure it is. But let's look at what happened overnight. Now, this was a very violent move. And I would suggest, as the Bloomberg copy says, so great is the turmoil in UK markets that there's now calls mounting for an emergency hike. And let's just remember, pound also tumbling to as low as 10350, an all-time low. Now, we have seen the pound plunge on the new UK Chancellor's words. That's in the last couple of hours. We've seen yields surge on the latest comments. So let's take a look at how the sectors have been performing. To help us analyze all of this is JP Barnett from our stocks team. So, JP, what are you looking at?
Well, I mean, we see the typical reaction to a move in a country's currency today and also on Friday. So if we look at the UK market, we see that the bigger index, the FTSE 100, is doing okay-ish. It's pretty much flat right now. It was a little bit in the green earlier today, but we see the wider FTSE 250, which has the mid and small caps in there, doing poorly, down 1%. So this is because we have much more export-oriented stocks in the bigger index. So we see in there industrials, consumer staples, consumer discretionary doing pretty well because they will be able to sell the products cheaper into Europe and on the globe with the pound plunging. While on the other hand, the small caps, you see pretty much the opposite. You see healthcare, you see real estate, of course, going down. You see utilities going down. Both sectors very sensitive to the rate level, and with the yields surging in UK gilts, that's not good for those sectors.
Yeah, so JP, are you also looking, of course, there's, as you say, a huge difference between the FTSE 250 and the FTSE 100. If the BOE hikes, what does that mean for sectors if they hike aggressively, even more than they have so far?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it basically will expand the story that we are seeing right now, that you see like those very rate-sensitive sectors, like especially real estate and utilities, being under pressure there. It might be good for financials because the rates level is probably increasing the net interest income, but financials are also very sensitive to FX movements, so it's probably not the greatest thing for them to have. Also, like we have a nice story out there this morning, like in general, that we see like corporations across Europe facing the highest cost for refinancing their debt. So if they hike aggressively, that won't be nice for UK companies.
JP, thanks so much. As always, JP Barnett there with the latest on UK markets. Now, Bloomberg Surveillance early edition continues in the next hour. Matt Miller and Kaylee Lyons are in New York. Anna Edwards is here in London. Of course, a lot of the focus will be on UK bonds plummeting after traders ramp up bets on the scale of interest rate hikes by the Bank of England. This is Bloomberg.
There's a lot of market turmoil.
The uncertainty is something that just continues to weigh on markets.
We're very much in flux now.
At the end of the day, it comes back to the dollar.
I think the UK is behaving a bit like an emerging market turning itself into a submerging market.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, early edition with Anna Edwards, Matt Miller, and Kaylee Lyons.
It's 10 a.m. in London, 5 a.m. in New York, and 5 p.m. in Hong Kong. Our top stories today. The pound sinks to an all-time low. Markets react after the British government vows to press on with more tax cuts. An historic election in Italy. Giorgia Meloni is set to become the country's first female prime minister and will lead the most right-wing government in the country since World War II. And the high price of war. The OECD slashes its global growth projections for next year due to the fighting in Ukraine and the impact of high energy prices. We'll be speaking to the OECD's acting chief economist this hour. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Matt Miller and Kaylee Lyons in New York. And it is here in the UK, Kaylee, that a lot of the market attention is focused. And through the Asia session, we certainly saw a lot of focus on the pound.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of focus on any UK asset for both today and, of course, Friday, which was really quite dramatic. And I would note that it was quite dramatic in Asia overnight, not quite as dramatic as what you are seeing where you are, Anna. But nonetheless, when you look at GMM, that function on the Bloomberg terminal, there is literally all red, not even a single green rectangle, or you're starting to see some when it comes to equity futures on the far right side of this if you are looking at on your terminal. But for our listeners on radio, largely it has been a down day for Asian assets. You were down in Hong Kong, China, big losses in Japan and South Korea and Taiwan. You had losses of more than 3%. And you had a lot of down pressure on bonds as well. Of course, that is something that really originates in the UK, but you saw bond yields moving higher across the Asia Pacific. Commodities down on the day, palm oil, iron ore, all under pressure. And of course, it all comes back to that foreign exchange story. Every single Asian currency weaker against the US dollar today. That includes the Japanese yen, the Chinese yuan, despite China trying to make it more costly to bet against the yuan in the derivatives market. And the South Korean won, the big underperformer in today's session, it is actually at its lowest level, weakest level since 2009 on that stronger dollar, Matt.
All right, Kaylee, we are seeing big red arrows here as well. Actually, not big red arrows, but we did see such big red arrows on Friday in the cash trade that futures looking set to fall even further is very bearish for this market. Right now, futures are off only 0.1%, but we fell to 36.93 in the cash trade on Friday. And I want to point out that the median estimate for a year-end finish at on the S&P this year is 4,300. So we need to rise basically another 15 to 20% to get to that level. And we don't have much time left in 2022. It's likely that you'll see those estimates coming down. The Bloomberg Dollar Index is one of the main reasons here. Another all-time high. And the chart really just goes parabolic at the end of last week. So 1344 is the level we're looking at. And for so long, we were flirting with highs of 1313. You can see we just jumped 30 basis points from there. Right now, the U.S. 10-year yield also soared on Friday, coming up even further today, another 8 basis points. So 376, almost 377. It's huge. And the 2-year-old, of course, way over 4%. And NYMEX crude coming down below $80 for, I think, the first time since January, basically. So these asset moves have been really volatile, and a lot of it has to do with the mini budget that Kwasi Kwarteng came out with on Friday.
Yes, described as a mini budget. Didn't feel so mini in its delivery. More a maxi budget, as our colleague has been pointing out. This is the mixed picture then, Matt, we have across European equity markets right now. The FTSE 100 underperforming. The performance on smaller cap stocks, which have less global dollar earning potential, of course, that looks worse today because some of the large names in London flattered by the weakness in the pound. The FTSE mid gaining over in Italy, suggesting perhaps the market more concerned about what's going on in the UK, and we'll see this in the FX markets as well, than by what's going on in Italy politically. Let's have a look at that Italian story then. This is the FTSE MIB up by 1.2% this morning. We see some of the infrastructure plays in Italy. A bit of a sense of relief that things maybe have panned out as the markets had anticipated them at least to be. And we have also heard from Giorgia Meloni talking about governing with responsibility. The UK government, though, has continued to talk about tax cuts and focusing on growth at a time of inflation and high debt. And that has continued to concern the markets. We dipped down to 103 on the pound against the US dollar, and all of the talk is about whether we get to parity on cable. That was during the Asia session. We've clawed back some of that as European traders have got back to their desks. So we're now back up at 107, but still an options positioning, I should say, is a little more muted than parity. But certainly that is one of the areas of conversation. And here we have the pound selling off against the euro as well. So the euro continuing to gain despite that victory for a far-right alliance over in the Italian politics. Despite that, the market's very much more focused on what's going on in the UK. And this is a clear example of that, up by 53 basis points on two-year yields here in the UK this morning, Matt.
Yeah, let's get to those moves that we've seen in the UK. Really, our top story today, the pound, as Anna mentioned again, falling at 1 point to 103, an all-time low against the US dollar. Gilts crashing after the UK government vowed to press on with even more tax cuts. We've got team coverage for you. Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden is at the Labour Party conference in Liverpool, and Bloomberg's Danny Berger is covering the market reaction from our studios in London. Let's start with Lizzie Burden in Liverpool. Lizzie, is there a chance of an emergency hike from the Bank of England as we see the pound plunge?
Well, traders are pricing for that. They're pricing for 150 basis points of hikes by November, implying that we're going to get an intra-meeting hike, even before the pound's fall today, which of course is caused by the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng saying that he's going to add to the fiscal package from Friday with even more tax cuts funded by borrowing. Even before all this, on Friday, an analyst at Deutsche Bank was saying that the Bank of England does need to step in if it's to regain credibility. There are also questions about whether the Bank of England is going to reverse its or pause its active gilt sales to avoid overwhelming the market. But really, the question for Andrew Bailey is, after all the criticism of monetary tightening financing, is he going to want to react to fiscal policy in this way and be accused of taking his eye off inflation? Really, he may not want to add to the panic, but that panic is already there.
OK, certainly seeing that in some asset classes today, Lizzie. And you're in Liverpool, of course, because the opposition Labour Party is meeting there, trying to formulate their line of attack to oppose the Conservatives' fiscal announcement. How are they trying to present themselves?
Well, we've just spoken to the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, appealing to the financial markets, saying that they would present a more credible offer to the financial markets. Keir Starmer, the opposition Labour leader, over the weekend has said that he would not go ahead with the cut to the top rate of income tax. Remember, that was the rabbit out of the hat on Friday from the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng. But he would continue, Keir Starmer, with the cut to the basic rate of income tax, as well as spending on public services. So the big question at this conference is, how are you going to pay for all that? They also need to set out a clear, broad vision for how they would govern. And of course, there are divisions in the Labour Party right at the top. We're here in Liverpool, where strikes are happening at the port. and at the top of the party, divisions over how they would handle strikes and unions. So it's an open goal for Keir Starmer, but he's got to sort out the issues in his party first.
All right, Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden reporting from Liverpool. Thank you so much. And Lizzie will be joining us again later this hour with Pat McFadden, Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Now let's get more on the market reaction to what's going on in the UK. Bloomberg's Danny Berger has more on the fallout. And Danny, I keep looking at these charts of UK assets, wondering if these are really intraday charts. The moves are remarkable.
It is extreme whiplash, especially looking at something like sterling at one point cratering to an all-time low, falling more than 4.5% in the Asia market session. But now at the moment, the pound versus the dollar is weaker by only 0.7%. It's not even down one whole percentage point, even more. And a lot of this is because during the Asian session, it was really only sterling that served as the release valve of this concern on the state of the UK economy. But with the cash market and bonds up and trading, that is where we're seeing the pain. This is a crisis of the bond market, really centered around this idea that at the moment, debt servicing costs have tripled to an all-time record. There's concern there with how the government is going to fund itself. I mean, 55 basis points worth of gains in the two-year yield. This is financial crisis level moves. We haven't seen gains of this since 2009. It's VAR shock. That's the kind of feeling we're getting from this bond market. Now, part of it is an aggressive pricing from the BOE. Lizzie was just going over this idea that they need to entice foreign buyers in. About a third of foreign buyers own the gilt market, so you need to do something dramatic to get them back in. But at the same time, is it just rearranging deck chairs because we have this issue of the government funding itself? I was talking to Martin Maloney of Alphabook, who basically said the government and the BOE actually need to work in tandem. They need to be pro-growth together. Otherwise, they're just kind of opposing themselves, and it's going to be difficult, again, to get foreign buyers interested in and help back this new fiscal policy.
All right, the value at risk call is, I think, really interesting. The question is, are we going to start seeing hedge funds blow up, as a lot of them could have been on the wrong side of these trades? Danny, thanks very much, and thanks to Lizzie as well. We'll talk with her later. Now, Italy is on track to name its first ever female prime minister. Giorgia Meloni won a clear majority in Sunday's election. That sets her up to head the most right-wing government since World War II. Meloni spoke yesterday.
It seems clear to me that what came out from the first projections is that Italians in these general elections have expressed a clear indication that they want a center-right government led by Brothers of Italy.
Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix joins us now from Rome. So, Francine, take us through the results and tell us as well, you know, what does it mean, the most right-wing government? How do we gauge that?
Yeah, so we gauge by policies, and good morning to you, Matt. We gauge by policies. We gauge, of course, her stance on LGBTQ community rights. We gauge it on immigration. Some of the things that she said is certainly Italy first, and this is, I think, the concern for the market. So first of all, we have the first female prime minister. She hasn't been given, of course, a chance to form a government yet, but given her large win yesterday, it looks very likely. She is also in her policies a bit of an enigma, wrapped in a mystery, because markets have been hearing what they've been told by her and her insiders, which is basically that she wants to stick to the fiscal rules. She doesn't want to rock the boat. She will comply with the EU, but she also has to find money to try and, you know, alleviate the cost of living crisis, which is huge here in Italy. At the same time, because of some rhetorics coming from this far right, including her saying that actually she certainly didn't disagree in certain policy with Viktor Orban of Hungary, there's a question mark on whether she's ready then to fight with the EU. I have to say the market for the moment pretty placid. It looks like they believe her to her words that she will go forward, stick to the reforms initiated by Draghi, and get that 1.9 billion euros of money by the EU in December.
Yeah, Francine, she seems to be talking about behaving responsibly, about fiscal responsibility. The action, the focus for markets is in the UK, of course, today when it comes to these two European political stories. So how instructive is what's happening in Britain to Italy with its large debt pile and with markets watching their focus on responsibility?
Well, because Anna, and good morning to you, of course, the polls were largely right in Italy. I have to say we've been texting with a lot of the sources in government, outside government, people here on set, and they've been saying, wow, look at the UK. Maybe this is a warning shot for Giorgia Meloni and her government. Remember, Giorgia Meloni would not govern her alone. It's with her centre-right alliance, which includes Silvio Berlusconi and Lega, but they haven't done as well as expected. And so some of the promises that they made in terms of course, tax cuts, in terms of spending more, may have to be revisited in the light of what's happening to pound. Now, these are two very different economies. And if you look at Italy, they don't really have any fiscal maneuvering. Their debt pile is huge. And again, they've done these agreements with the EU. So I've had more and more people coming on set saying, wow, look at the pound. First question is, can you still afford an espresso if you're coming from London? The second one is, of course, maybe Giorgia Meloni is looking at what's happening in the UK and giving her a steer on how much she can push fiscal spending.
All right, Bloomberg's Francine Lacko reporting from Rome. I hope you can get an espresso before you join us again later this hour for an interview with Fabia Foy, head of research at Anima. But before we get there, let's get back to the U.S. markets now and take a look at some stocks moving in pre-market trading. Two of the big movers to the upside are U.S. listed Macau casino stocks that have companies that have big operations in Macau, after it said that tour groups from mainland China could resume as early as November. So that would give a big lift to players like Las Vegas Sands, which gets about 60% of its revenue from its Macau operations. It is up about 7.7%, while Wynn Resorts, also a big player in the gambling enclave, is higher by nearly 7%. Another group of stocks not doing as well this morning, though, include anything tied to commodities. You are seeing a little softness in the commodity complex, in part due to the stronger dollar, in part due to just growing concerns around demand as there is a deteriorating growth outlook. That means the Energy Select Sector SPDR ETF, which is essentially a gauge of how the sector overall will do come the opening bell in just about 4 hours and 15 minutes time, is down about 0.5% before the bell, Anna.
Okay, Kaylee, lots to talk about then with Mark Haefele, CIO at UBS Global Wealth Management. What is his appetite for UK assets this time? What does he make of the big moves we're seeing higher in UK yields? And later this hour, paying the price of war. The OECD slashes its global growth projections for next year. We will speak with the organisation's acting chief economist. That conversation coming up shortly. This is Bloomberg.
I think the UK is behaving a bit like an emerging market turning itself into a submerging market. It would not surprise me if the pound eventually gets below $1 if the current policy path is maintained.
Larry Summers there, former U.S. Treasury Secretary, speaking with Bloomberg's David Weston on Wall Street Week. Mark Haefele, CIO at UBS Global Wealth Management, joins us now. And Mark, I'd love to know what you think of Summers' characterization of the UK economy. He says, you know, since we've had Brexit, we've had fiscal policy and monetary policy mistakes that seem to make the UK look like an emerging market. Do you agree?
Well, if we're going to start with, you know, an economist in economic theory, let's start at the top and say what's going on in the UK probably proves that this modern monetary theory is hogwash and it doesn't work. Certainly, you know, post-Brexit, I think you were doing a comparison with Italy. You know, Italy's still part of the Euro and the European Union, but nobody really needs to invest in the UK as a global investor. We don't need to invest in the UK, and you're seeing that play out in these markets. And the other thing we're seeing play out, you know, as now we've gone away from negative rates and the tide has come out a little bit, you know, we're seeing the way that this really starts to play out in currencies in particular, and that's going to be a real feature of the world ahead of us. So that's the macro. But then I'd say on the micro, when we aggregate up our stock exposure, towards things like value, towards things like energy. We actually have a lot of stocks in the UK because, as you've said, the FTSE, the larger cap stocks, are getting much of their revenues from outside of the UK. And so that might be a place for UK investors to look to hide from some of this turmoil.
I wonder if, the UK has a lot of prestige. We care about the UK story more than we care about bigger economies like Germany because I guess they speak the same language as we do. They used to be a huge naval power, and so many bankers love living in London. Did they lose that? Has that all come out of the price now with the pound at 107?
Well, I'm not going to bet against London, which, as you said, many people around the world have an enormous affinity for. But, just look at what has happened to the price of real estate in, say, Frankfurt or in Amsterdam, and you get to a little bit of an answer to your question in the relative rebalance for bankers and financial centers, the financial center of Europe, as we go forward.
Mark, good to speak to you today. Do you think the Bank of England needs to come forward with some kind of emergency rate hike? And what would the right size, if they're thinking about it, what would the right size of such a move be? Too small and it risks underwhelming? Too large? Does it look like panic and do damage to the economy? What would go through your mind?
Well, first, that they're in an extremely difficult spot. I'm not sure. Look, there's no one right answer because, as you've pointed out, and as many people have pointed out, this is an interplay of various forces that should probably, in some ways, align first and then act later, and that hasn't been happening. So, as I said, we can't predict exactly how they're going to try to navigate this. So we want to look for the areas, those companies that are getting their earnings from outside the UK, and bet on the sides of this where we're a little more sure of what the outcomes are going to be.
And more broadly, some of the things you're looking at in terms of a market strategy at this point, Mark, you're talking about positioning for security, and that's not just defense, that's security around all things, around environment, around food security, technological security. Where are the opportunities there?
Well, look, that's absolutely true. And I think over the longer term, looking towards sustainable sources of energy, that's, if you look at China, that's clear government policy supporting that area of the market. If you look at what's going on in the US, there's more government support for that. Same thing in Europe. And so over the longer term, that kind of security is going to be a key role for investors who are looking to bottom fish a little bit. For us, now security absolutely involves energy, and it's going to be a very interesting year for Europe as these gas supplies start to run low in, say, February and March. I think that Mr. Putin is looking to test that unity in Europe, and that's going to be a critical juncture as we go forward over the next 6 months.
How much security or safety are you looking for in cash, Mark?
Well, I think that, we've got a new world now where you can actually get something of a return on bonds. And so we are overweight high-grade bonds here in the sense that we think it can provide some cushion and ballast in a portfolio in these, turbulent times. We're overweight the dollar and the Swiss franc as safe haven currencies. I think Switzerland has the capacity to and the will to meet inflation. And the U.S., is in this scenario where, because there is inflation, but there still is a lot of growth, the Federal Reserve can and will speak very hawkishly going forward and continue to act. And then the dollar in here, of course, has that geopolitical hedge in the sense that the U.S. remains independent of the energy woes that are going on in Europe.
Yeah, and we just continue to see the dollar going from strength to strength at the same time that we're seeing rates climb higher and higher. Many of us thought the high of the year may already have been in on treasuries. Clearly, it was not. We're at 377 almost this morning. Is your year-end forecast still 3.5? And what gets us back down there when the trajectory all around the world seems to be yields up?
Well, you're right. I mean, I think that we see some breaks on how high this can go. Obviously, there's many factors in flux, but if inflation starts to roll over and some of these Fed rate hikes start to take effect, which we will, we've seen areas of weakness starting in the United States, say around housing, and as that has an impact, that should slow even further expectations for future inflation and also expectations for how much growth is going to be on the other side of these Fed hikes. And so both of those can act as a brake on how high the 10-year goes.
We saw the market, the S&P drop to less than 3,700 mark on Friday. That means we have to climb more than 16% to get to the median estimate that strategists have for the S&P at year end. Do you think we're going to start seeing those estimates come down, or is it likely that stocks can rally back up that high by the end of 2022?
Well, I'm very pleased that we've for some time taken the under on that. We're at 3,900 at the end of the year, which admittedly today seems optimistic. Look, I think that this goes, whether it's CPI print or other data point by data point around what the Fed is going to do. This Federal Reserve is not driven in a formalistic, mechanic way on their next moves. And so that creates a lot of speculation and flexibility what their reaction function is to every data point. Now we've seen that as this inflation has persisted, we think the risk of inflation and a soft landing has come down a bit, and that's reflected in our end of the year pricing.
All right, well, we have just about 3 months to go. Mark Hayfele, CIO of UBS Global Wealth Management, thank you so much for joining us. And later this hour, we will talk about paying the price of the war in Ukraine as the OECD slashes its global growth projections. We'll speak with acting chief economist next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. Here's what you need to know. The pound sinks to an all-time low. Markets react after the British government vows to press on with more tax cuts. An historic election in Italy. Giorgia Meloni is set to become the country's first female prime minister and will lead the most right-wing government in Italy since World War II. And the high price of war. The OECD slashes its global growth projections for next year due to the fighting in Ukraine and the impact of high energy prices. We will speak to the OECD's acting chief economist next. Welcome back to the program, everybody. I'm Anna Edwards in London, Matt Miller and Kaylee Lyons in New York. And Matt, of course, risk assets here in Europe under pressure, quite a lot of contagion from the UK story.
Yeah, absolutely. And although you see some pockets of green there in terms of the equities trade, that is not what we see here. S&P futures continuing to fall now further. Remember, just 30 minutes ago, we were off 0.1%. Now we're down about 0.6%. And this after closing below 3,700 in the cash trade on Friday. So big concerns in terms of risk assets continuing into the start of this week. Part of the reason is the Bloomberg Dollar Index. Right now at 1344. Remember, we were pushing around 1313 for an all-time high. Now we've just gone parabolic here. And it's surprising to me that even with this huge gain in the dollar index, you don't see a bigger drop in Bitcoin. I saw it a second ago, but it's gone now. In any case, Bitcoin, $19,100. It doesn't matter as much as these other assets. These are more important, obviously, to focus on for the broader market. The 10-year yield up to 377. Unbelievable moves. It's not just UK assets that are getting whipsawed around, or rather just moving violently in one direction. US assets as well. I mean, these yields are incredible. NYMEX crude as well. Below $80 a barrel for the first time since, I believe, January, maybe February, but the first time since the beginning of the year. So this shows real concern that the demand side of the equation is going to come under real pressure. Kaylee, what do you see in terms of the pre-market movers?
Well, to your point on demand concern in commodities, you are seeing some commodity-sensitive stocks under pressure in pre-market trading, including in the energy complex. ConocoPhillips is down right now by about 0.4%, while Freeport-McMoRan, a material stock, is down by about 1%. There are some big gainers out there this morning, though, including U.S. casino companies listed here in the U.S., but have big operations in Macau. The likes of Las Vegas Sands, which gets about 60% of its revenue from Macau, is up about 6.8%, while Wynn Resorts is up 6%. Of course, the news there is that Macau has said tour groups from mainland China may begin resuming again come November, Anna.
And Kaylee, let's have a look at the European picture then. Nervousness around risk assets down by 0.6% on the stock 600. So earlier optimism around the FTSE MIB certainly being eroded a little bit. We're still positive. That is one area of green. Broadly speaking, though, we are weaker across European stocks. Nervousness about the fiscal picture in the UK. That's the main point of concern right now. 107.54 on the pound. It went down as low as 103, a new all-time low post-decimalisation for the pound. That was during the low liquidity of the Asia session. It's clawed its way back a bit, but still off by 1%. And here's another illustration of that move in UK assets. So we're down on the pound. UK yields going higher and a 50 basis point jump in the 2-year. And yes, Kaylee, that is just in one day.
Absolutely remarkable moves. And we've also gotten some moves from the OECD, Anna. It has slashed its global growth forecast for next year, saying the world has been jolted by the war in Ukraine. The Paris-based organization says the global economy will expand just 2.2% in 2023. That's down from its previous forecast of 2.8%. And it also says that inflation will still have a 6 handle for the G20 economies next year. Joining us now to discuss is the OECD's acting chief economist, Alvaro Pereira. Alvaro, thank you so much for being with us. You say in the report that due to those persistent inflationary pressures, central banks need to continue hiking interest rates. At the same time, supportive fiscal policy is needed to help cushion the blow of higher energy costs. What is the proper balance of that, given we are seeing today the impact of fiscal policy plans in the UK absolutely roiling assets across the board?
Well, good morning. Our forecast certainly is a challenging one because we are forecasting a significant slowdown of the economy to, say, the United States growing at 0.5% next year, the euro area growing 0.3%, and still a slowdown in China this year, and next year recovering a little bit, but still, globally, we're talking about significant slowdown. We believe that right now the priority has to be, for sure, bringing inflation down. It's crucial because real incomes are going down quite significantly, and delaying adjustments would only mean that we're going to have problems on the line and probably even bigger adjustments to be made. So that's why we say very clearly that first of all, monetary policy should continue to tighten in the advanced economies. Also in the emerging markets, it's crucial that it's still early to undo the tightening that took place a bit earlier. So likely they'll have to continue to tighten a little bit. Together with this, it's crucial that fiscal policy works hand in hand with monetary policy so that fiscal support is targeted and temporary, but also without leading to a substantially further stimulus into the economy, because a lot of economies have high debt levels, and it's not prudent to do so.
Well, and of course, there still remains a big energy question hanging over both monetary and fiscal policymakers. How do you model out the uncertainty around energy in economies like Europe, and what kind of downside risk it could pose to growth and upside risk it could pose to inflation?
Well, we have a scenario, in fact, that calculates this. So first of all, it's important to realize, especially for Europe, what are we talking about? So just to give an idea, storage levels right now in Europe are about 90% in most countries. But storage levels, the capacity is only 110 billion cubic meters, whereas an average consumption during winter is about 290 billion cubic meters. So we're talking about the substantial gap. So even though many countries are trying to bring more supply to the fold, this likely will not be enough. So what we calculate is that we need to reduce demand between 10 and 15% in Europe in order to avoid gas disruptions. But we have a scenario that shows exactly that if we have gas disruptions, and energy prices, especially gas prices, go up by 50%. What is the impact for the world economy? Well, we calculated that for Europe, for example, growth would be even lower, will be 1.3 percentage points lower than the already very low 0.3% growth forecast that we have in our central scenario. So basically, Europe will be in a big recession, or at least in a recession. On the other hand, we would have additional inflation of about 1.5% in Europe, and in fact, around the world, 0.5% more. So we're talking about the scenario in which, if we have big energy disruptions, we would end up with even less growth and likely a recession in many countries, at the same time, more inflation.
Okay. Good to see you, Alvaro. There are clearly big global forces at work here. There's also domestic decision-making to be done. We sit here a few days after a big announcement from the UK on the fiscal side. How concerned are you about the trajectory of UK fiscal policy?
Well, first of all, because the mini budget came on Friday, and this was not still incorporated, and we don't know all the parameters. This was not incorporated in our forecast. So I should say that is important to say. Secondly, we believe that we reiterate our policy message. I think monetary policy needs to tighten now. And just to give an idea, right now we calculate that 80%, well, inflation is growing at, or prices are growing at more than 4% in 80% of all goods and services in the UK, which is higher than the euro area or higher percentage than in the United States. And on top of this, we believe that is quite important that, as I said, monetary policy works hand in hand with fiscal policy. So we reiterate the message. We believe that it's quite essential going forward, because otherwise the adjustment and inflation rising will be likely higher.
Although, Alvaro, we see, it seems to me, around the world, monetary policy working at cross purposes with fiscal policy. In Japan, in the UK, in the US, it seems that central banks are trying to make up for government moves.
Well, we believe that, again, we reiterate our message. We understand what is at stake here. We also understand, for example, in many countries, not only in Europe, but also in Asia, energy prices are going up fairly dramatically. So there is the need to support especially vulnerable households and potentially some sectors. But we think that is very important. If we want to get the job done as quickly as possible without big disruptions down the line, it's absolutely essential that monetary policy and fiscal policy work hand in hand. But, give an example. Japan right now is a bit different case, because Japan inflation, even though is rising a little bit, is still very low level right now. So we understand the position of Japan. Of course, other countries like China, they don't have a lot of inflation right now. So there, the fiscal stimulus is working its way, and will work its way a little bit next year. So it really depends on specific economies. But overall, in many countries around the world, monetary and fiscal policy should work hand in hand, so that we are not we don't get into a situation in which things get a bit more uncomfortable for all of us.
Thank you so much, Alvaro. Good to see you. OECD's acting chief economist, Alvaro Pereira, thank you for your time. Coming up on the programme, a new government in Italy. Giorgia Meloni is set to become the country's first female prime minister, as Italy tacks once again to the right. We're live in Rome next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. You're looking live at the Principal Room. Coming up later today, an interview with the President on the United Nations General Assembly. That's at 6:30 p.m. New York time. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Matt Miller with Kaylee Lyons in New York. Anna Edwards with us out of London. Giorgia Meloni has won a clear majority in Sunday's Italian election, setting herself up to become the country's first ever female prime minister. Let's get back to Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix in Rome. Francine?
Hi, Matt. So this will then depend on what Giorgia Meloni uses as coalition. For the moment, she gave one speech after her victory. It's, almost 95% sure that she becomes prime minister. And she was saying we need to stay the course. So to ask all about this coalition building and what her priorities will be for the budget, we're joined by Fabio Fois. He's head of research at Anima. Fabio, thank you for joining us. If you're in Giorgia Meloni's shoes right now, what kind of clear message would you give to markets?
Well, I think the message for markets is very simple. For the time being, in the very short term, just stay a little bit on the side. Let's see how things develop. We learned something very important from the result of the election of last night. So the center right won the election, fine, but the composition of the coalition that will lead Italy for the coming years is on the margin less sovereignist than it was before. Because if on the one hand we have Giorgia Meloni, brother of Italy, right-leaning, we have Liga, who did very poorly in the election. So on the margin, I think this coalition is slightly more pro-Euro than market had expected. However,
but Fabio, yeah,
please.
The problem is that they need to square the circle of there's a huge cost of living crisis. So they need to give money to the people that need it most, but they've also promised tax cuts.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. I think that they will try to deliver some of the fiscal easing they promised during the electoral campaign. In a way, they have room to find the resources needed to fund some of those measures. For instance, the entire center-right coalition is very much against the reddito di cittadinanza, so the universal income. That costs a lot of money to Italy every year, something like north 10 billion. If you cut that measure, then you have space to do something, to deliver on some of the promises you made, in the status quo level. I think it's important also to bear in mind what Giorgia Meloni had been saying during the electoral campaign. She doesn't want to have a confrontational approach with Europe. She said, for instance, differently from Matteo Salvini, she said, well, I'm not in favor of expanding the budget because I'm well aware that Italy has its own issues with debt. I think these guys, they know very well that they need the protection from the ECB to be protected, to be eligible to for the TPI program. Italy must comply with PNRR policies, milestone and target, and also must have sound public finances.
Fabio, this is, I think, an important point, right? Because a lot of people have been saying center-right. We see that in a lot of European nations with no problem. Indeed, core nations like Holland and Germany have had center-right coalitions. Others have said the most right-wing, majority since World War II, which sounds scary. It sounds like Hungary or Poland, right? They've had real problems with the EU. Which is it, and how is the EU going to deal with this government?
Well, I think that the EU will be very pragmatic as much as Italy will be very pragmatic. So long as Italy comply with the request of Europe, so in particular with the milestone and the target of the RRP, I think that the relationship will be decent. Going into the budget, there might be some tension, but at the end of the day, I think that this tension will be fixed for one very simple reason. If Giorgia Meloni looks around herself, she finds two guys, Silvio Berlusconi and Matteo Salvini, who tried in the past, to be confrontational with Europe, and actually, it didn't really work out very well for their political career.
All right, Fabio, thanks so much for joining us. Really interesting stuff. Great to get your insight. Francine Lacroix as well. Excellent coverage there from Rome. We will continue to cover the Italian election results, but we're also going to focus in on the UK. Pat McFadden, the shadow chief secretary to the Treasury, joins us after the mini budget that we saw released from the Conservatives, Kwasi Kwarteng, on Friday drove the pound down at one point to $1.03, the lowest ever. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Matt Miller and Kayleigh Lyons in New York. Let's get back to Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden, who joins us from the opposition Labour Party conference taking place in Liverpool against a backdrop of market volatility then, Lizzie. And you're joined by Pat McFadden from the Labour Party.
Indeed, I am. Thank you, Anna. Pat, thank you very much for joining me and making time for me. Pat McFadden, Chief Secretary, Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury. The pound's tanked this morning after the Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng announced that he's going to do even more tax cuts on top of all the fiscal announcements on Friday. What lesson does your party draw from this experience in markets? Will it be instructive as you set out your plans for spending and borrowing?
We were very concerned on Friday about the scale of the package and the fact that it was entirely to be funded through borrowing at a time when inflation was already high and there was already pressure on the Bank of England to raise rates. Both the package itself and the Chancellor's comments since then appear to have resulted in this very adverse market reaction where the pound, to use your word, is tanking, and there's another effect also playing out, which is that the cost of gilts is increasing now above 4% in markets this morning, very significantly ahead of where they were a short time ago. So not only are we increasing borrowing, but we're making the cost of servicing that borrowing more expensive. This is a risky time for the UK.
So what level of yields is needed to attract foreign investors to UK markets?
Well, I wouldn't pick a number, but what I would say is people need to have confidence and stability. And what we've got is instability. We had a Chancellor who stood up on Friday and took everything that the Tories have said for the last 12 years about debts and deficits and set fire to it in public and described it as resulting in a vicious cycle of stagnation. So you had this huge policy flip-flop, which was not accompanied by a report from the Office of Budget Responsibility to let us see what the overall macro effects of that would be. You had the sacking of the permanent secretary, and you've got this tug of war going on between the government and the Bank of England. The metaphor that's been used is the government putting its foot on the accelerator, the bank putting its foot on the brake. That doesn't lead to a stable situation.
So Kwasi Kwarteng's backing the financial sector. He wants to achieve 2.5% annual growth. He's lifting the cap on bankers' bonuses to stop the exodus to Europe. What's your offer to the city?
Well, I used to be the Labour Party's spokesperson on city matters, and I think the financial services sector is hugely important to our economy. It's a huge wealth generator, it's a huge source of tax revenue, it's a huge source of employment, and it also gives us an edge that many countries in the world don't have. So I just wish there had been a modicum of concern for the importance of that sector when the government forgot all about it when it negotiated its Brexit trade agreement, completely leaving the sector out, not making any priority of it at all, and not showing any concern for its market access in future. So I do think the sector is important, but I think the importance of the sector is about more than things like the bonus levels of the richest people working in it.
So we've got chaos in UK assets. The eyes of international investors are on your party to see what you might offer as an alternative. What do you tell international investors that you stand for?
Well, I think as the markets are reacting to what the government has done, the public will look more to the Labour Party. So this week is a really important week for us. And we want to ensure the public that they can trust the Labour Party to run the country responsibly. So when we announce policies, we like to say how they'll be paid for. We like to have a balance between the tax revenue raised and the borrowing that any government has to do to fund things in a more balanced way, and also to project institutional stability. This is hard to quantify, but it's really important for countries. I think the Conservative government has played fast and loose with our institutional stability, We're going to need more of that in the future.
Pat McFadden, Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, thank you so much for joining me. Anna, back to you.
Lizzie, thanks very much. Thanks to Lizzie Burden at the Labour Party conference and to Pat McFadden there. And really stunning to look at the moves that we're still seeing in these bond markets, gilt yields on the rise. And Matt, you were mentioning what's happening with treasuries. So sort of linked, not linked, these stories, of course. This is having ripple effects across the Atlantic and around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question is, does it continue? If so, do we see some big blowups? I mean, these moves have been absolutely massive in assets, Kaylee, that are traditionally very stable, right? So if you take the other side of this bet, you may not expect to blow up.
It's just anything but stable. The 2-year gilt yield is about 100 basis points higher today on this Monday than it was at the end of the day Thursday. Anna, it is just astounding.
Yeah, that is it for the early edition. More surveillance is ahead. Tom, John and Lisa will keep their eyes on the gilt markets and all of those markets on the move in response. This is Bloomberg.
Audio Jungle. Atlanta's culture and art scene collide every first Friday of the month at High Museum of Art. High Frequency Friday is back on October 7th for a Pride celebration curated by AV Radio's Reed de la Vega. Don't miss a night of dancing, drinks, and drag queen performances as you explore the High's permanent collection of galleries and special exhibitions like Stephen Burke's Shelter in Place, and get a first look at the new Dina Lawson exhibition. Tickets available now at high.org.
Your signature style isn't just about your clothes, cologne, or watch, but how you bring them all together. Now, with an available 12.3-inch touchscreen display and enhanced handling, the Lexus RX is a vehicle as elevated as you are. The Lexus RX, designed with distinction, crafted with confidence.
Get 2.99% APR financing on a 2022 RX 350.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Call 1-800-USA-LEXUS for important APR offer and pricing details. 48 monthly payments of $22.13 for every $1,000 financed. Not all customers will qualify. Offer available in the Lexus Southern area only in this October 3rd, 2022.
How you doing?
I'm doing so well. I'm so glad we connected. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're busy. You're working on this movement that you got going on. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing about, more of what you got going on right now. Like what is upcycled fashion and what is this new venture that you started?
I could talk about this for days. I apologize. I have a squeaky chair and some construction happening, but
my chair is squeaky as well. So
okay.
For those of us listening, yeah, I changed chairs this week as well, so we're in the same boat. They can deal with it.
Perfect. So so I about a year ago started an online marketplace for upcycled fashion, and that is the number one question I get. What is upcycled fashion? And I define it as anything that would have been thrown away, not used, kind of left on its own, being repurposed into something of better and higher quality. So basically not leaving things to waste, low, zero waste.
Gotcha.
Fashion.
So as opposed to recycling, what would you say is the main difference? Is that you're adding more value to the end product, or?
Yeah, that's exactly. I'll actually kind of define 3 terms to kind of put it into perspective. So with upcycling, we take something that would have been thrown away, you make it into something better. Recycling, you take something and you apply a process to it. So recycling takes energy, whereas upcycling is, less energy. And then on top of that, you have downcycling, where you'll take something that, again, would have been thrown away and you make it of a lesser value. So a great example of that is you'll take maybe T-shirts that are unworn. Companies take T-shirts that were unworn and make it into insulation, make it into shoddy. So taking something that was of some value and making it less. So yeah, all these different ways to just kind of reduce our waste and make use of waste.
Nice. And you're incorporating fashion into a way for people to kind of get on board and, kind of.
Exactly. And I'm not a fashion girly. I wish I was. They're so chic and cool. I just got really overwhelmed by all of the, social, environmental, political, economic issues happening in the world. And the best way I could do something was through the clothes I put on my body or do not put on my body. I think when people hear fashion, they think Vogue or Fashion Week, but I mean, we're all wearing fashion. We all put clothes on our body or don't, like I said, and so it's something that is universal and applies to all of us. And I mean, the fashion industry affects all of those issues, like I mentioned, environmental, social, political, economic. So yeah, I think if you hear fashion, kind of erase the idea of runways and models and all that. It's you and me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, what about clothes was it for you? Like, as far as like, clothing is like a weird thing where it's both necessary, to keep us, our skin protected, but also we use it to kind of express ourselves. So like, what made you kind of get into like clothing, I guess, as a way of expressing yourself?
Wow, that's such a good question. And I'm so glad you're saying express yourself because I don't know about you. We both live in New York City, and sometimes I walk down the street and everybody looks the same. Everybody's following the same trend. And there is no expression of self through fashion. So that's one reason I love upcycled fashion is you get to truly express yourself, show your personal style. It's very anti-trend. One of the brands on our site is called Untrend. So, getting rid of the idea of us all looking the same and, expressing how we want other people to view us, how we want to be seen. Back to the earlier conversation around fashion and how people view it. It is a way for us to express ourselves, and it is a way to walk into a room that unfortunately we all judge each other, and part of that is what's on our body or not on our body. So,
it's a part of it for
the
sure.
way to do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, so take me back. When did this first become like an idea in your mind where you're like, oh, this is a pretty cool idea. Let me think about this. And then before you started running with it,
Yeah, I know. It's so funny. It's almost like a before time. I mean, I really think it all started, well, if I'm being honest, I grew up in a household where everything could be something. We really tried to repurpose a lot of things. We always kind of teased my dad. He had a shelf of like tin containers downstairs that he was like, it's going to be something. And then when we needed a tin container, we would like kind of like tail between our legs, go ask him for it. And then I went into the Peace Corps. I volunteered in Uganda for 3 years, and I really saw the amount of waste, and specifically fashion waste, that gets dumped in these countries that accept secondhand donations. And because clothes are made so cheaply nowadays, both labor-wise and material, production-wise, that by the time they're shipped all around, and no one wants it, But having said that, I did love shopping in the secondhand markets in Uganda.
Okay.
It was a little bargain bin hunt, if you will.
Yeah.
And, then I went to grad school. I thought I was going to get into sustainable banking and finance. I had a fancy pants internship at a private equity firm and quickly learned that I don't want to be behind a computer. I think everyone in the firm knew that about me too. And I kind of discovered by chance the sustainable fashion community in New York City. I went to an event called Fashion Week, 2 weeks before the pandemic. This was remember January 2020. Talk about before times.
Wow. Yeah. I can hardly remember.
Right. And I learned all about the stats about how impactful fashion is. And then I saw all these beautiful upcycled brands and upcycled products. And I kind of inserted my way into that community, started a blog about upcycled fashion, and turned it into this marketplace.
Wow. So what about it? What about starting the blog? Did you think what was that turn for you to turn it into a marketplace where people can come on and sell their own fashion? And because to start a marketplace, you kind of really do have to start a movement and get on board with movements and get people to, actively want to engage with the marketplace. So it's very difficult. I've worked on others with other like seller marketplaces, and it's like one of the hardest things to get out there and to get people to use and engage with and enjoy. So like what about the marketplace kind of drew you to that?
You were asking the perfect question. Oh my gosh, you're super good at this. You just hit on so many things.
Yeah.
I guess I'll be honest. I always wanted to do a marketplace, but then a friend of mine was like, start a blog. So I started a blog, got some traction, and then started the marketplace. So it was always in my head to have this idea, but you're 100% right. We need engagement. Reclipped is, I would say, it's more than an upcycled marketplace. It's where you go to extend the life of your clothing on any budget. So that in and of itself is a community. We have the marketplace, we have a mending club, we have our pop-ups, we have meetups, we have our Discord, we have, all these like different WhatsApp groups that we're all chatting in. But yeah, it is difficult in that, just because you have a community doesn't mean you have sales, right?
Right.
So I'm currently in that, I guess I'm just torn. I love the community. I had an event just this past Wednesday at Samsung Meatpacking, and it was just the engaging conversations that were happening were just on a different level. And luckily had some sales too, but I would love to build this into something larger to reach more people. So it's like chicken and the egg.
Right.
Do I engage more people or go and then eventually get sales, or do I push sales and then get more people? And I don't know. Any advice, I'll gladly take it.
It's there's no like one cookie cutter answer. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to just try it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is what you're doing. It's an enormous amount of work that you have to put into this. And then to make it successful, to build a community. Like, I think a lot of people underestimate how much work goes into it, how much of your time that you have to dedicate to it to actually get it as far as you've gotten it. It's incredible. So yeah, I commend you on that. You're past like the hard part, and then it's getting a little harder, but just be patient.
I was talking to a fellow, I guess, entrepreneur, and once you get to, I guess the best, I'm going to try and do a visualization. You're going up this ladder, and you have an end goal. Once you get there, there's another ladder. So there's always, you hit a goal, hopefully, and there's always something more. And typically it's better and you're growing, but yeah, it really is just constant up, hard work. Just being on my computer, on my phone all the time, which I hate, but it's, I guess when you have an e-commerce platform, you have to be on a computer and your phone.
Yeah, I know.
Turns out, I did not realize that. So
after 16 hours a day, you're like, why did I sign up for this?
And it's so funny too, because I was just talking to someone again at this event on Wednesday. It's such amazing, engaging conversations. I was talking to someone about, and I said this, I was like, I don't know how people shop online. Like, like I said, I have an e-commerce website, and I'm not someone who really shops online, but I'm the oddball out here. People are, purchasing to the roof. So, learning a lot about myself.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Say that again?
No, yeah, I'm saying especially after COVID, it's like online sales went insane. Like people realize that it's like, oh yeah.
Instagram wants to turn into basically a catalog too. That's their plan. So it's just they're picking up on the trend, and I just heard, and I didn't even look into it. Apparently TikTok has like a marketplace too.
Yeah, I think they're all trying to get in on that. They're trying to, Facebook started it. Well, Facebook started it successfully. They, there's other platforms like Etsy and what is it, like OfferUp, things like that. So yeah, it's definitely good to have a niche, which is what you have, where it's like very specific type of fashion, upcycled fashion.
Yeah, that is that's a
crazy.
common question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. I'm sorry.
No worries. It's a Zoom. It's just crazy that it's like you were just inspired from that one event, that one show, where it's just like, oh, it just opened up this whole new world for you, where you know. And you think about that, most people, they choose not to go out and put themselves out there, and then those moments may not happen if you don't put yourself out there. So yeah.
Yes, that is such a another great point. Um, I cannot stress enough to people. Then again, I'm not sure. I might have the entrepreneurial spirit, like that's something maybe I've always wanted to start a social enterprise. But yeah, I think there's so many ways to, how can I say this? Kind of change the world we live in, hopefully for the better. And so I can't even imagine starting a company nowadays that isn't helpful for people or the planet. That to me is, I don't understand it. And that's my flaw. And secondly, I mean, there's so many avenues to do it. Shopify, there's online, like Instagram, TikTok, shopping. It's just, it's just such a great time to be an entrepreneur, I think,
It really is, because the internet kind of opened that up to a lot of people, and now it's at a point where we have all these different platforms that are more and more over time. It's just designed to connect with people more and better.
Yeah.
So I think that's the key there. It's just like you're able to connect with so many people now that previously, whatever, 20 years ago, you wouldn't have ever dreamed of. You had to spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend a commercial, put it on TV to get the same amount of like views that you would get on a typical Instagram reel right now.
That's so, wow, I never thought of it. That's so true.
Yeah. It's crazy how much access we have to it. So now we can be more creative with it. We don't have to do the same, we have to go into the networks and abide by their rules. So there's a lot more creativity and more freedom with it, which is pretty cool. And yeah, that's cool that you're kind of starting this. Like what made you kind of think about this as a business? You were trying to get into finance, and then so tell me about that. Yeah. I can't do it. It's not for me either. Yeah, it's any type of like 9-to-5 job is just like soul crushing to me. Before starting my own business, I was working 9-to-5 full time. I was working nights, and then I was doing everything else during the day. So it's just like full day of.
That's a grind.
Yeah. I was doing that for a few years, and then yeah, but it's necessary. Like you just have to put in the work, and the 9-to-5 is there for security and helps you out, pay your bills, make sure you're not, gives you a little bit of freedom. You have to put in a lot of work, but it's worth it. To me anyway. Yeah.
But there's two things. I am so grateful to people who that is for them, because they're running my online shop right now behind the store. They're running all these things that are making my business work. So I don't understand. It's not for me. I don't get it, but I am so grateful that people do, because it's running what we just talked about, all these like connectors. It's running the internet. And secondly, I'm a nanny by day too. That's how I pay the bills. This is by no means my income, my main income. And so, I'm also at that point too, where, at what point do I let go of my, I guess side hustle, or at what point do I make this my main thing? When can I kind of step off? Because that's really when you can commit the most time and really put the most effort in.
Yeah.
But it's scary.
It is. And it's like a lot of pressure to put on yourself to take that leap. And so here's what I'd say about that, because I've done it where for me, it was like, it got to a point where I was just like, I learned as much as I could. Now I just needed the time. Like I just needed the time and I needed the energy. So I was like, I just took the leap. I took the risk. If I put all of my energy and time into this, of what I've been building over the past couple of years, then I just believed that something would come out of it. Yeah. And then I just did. I was like, all right, I have to go for it. So it was it's scary for my wife, honestly. I was I was fine with it. I was like, it felt right for me. And just doing anything like like working for someone else, just for me, it's not worth it. So
Mhm.
instead of having the financial security of a 9 to 5 job with like insurance and all that stuff, I would rather be like the broke artist who is creatively free and, doing whatever. That's what I care about. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's kind of what, what drove me to do this. Is that similar where you found that out while you were doing, yeah.
When you're talking about really believing in yourself, that resonated with me. I think you kind of sometimes you read those articles where it says, what top execs do, or what are 5 things top execs have in common, and one of them is always they just believe in themselves. They have this
Yeah.
unwavering belief that what they're doing is going to work, at any cost. And so I think having that mindset is is what's not even it's necessary, right? It's
Yeah.
not even like maybe you need to believe in yourself. I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't believe in yourself, who will? And so, yeah, talking about kind of going for it and saying, I'm going to make this work. And then secondly, too, I think you're right. When you're looking back, whether it works or not, you have to know that you put all your efforts and your best foot forward.
Yeah.
You can't say, well, it didn't work because I didn't give enough time or effort. And it didn't work for X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
And understanding that it doesn't work sometimes too, and being flexible and pivoting. I'm sure you started one way, went another way, and now you're
Several
backwards.
times. Yeah.
Who
Several
knows?
times over and back. Yeah. Just constantly trying new things. And I think you're right. Like, here's the confidence, the belief. I think it comes as a side effect of putting in the work. And if you're sitting at home just not really doing anything, if you know that you're not putting your energy into something, then you're not going to have that belief. Like it's just not, and it's not going to come out of nowhere. That's
Mhm.
I don't think so anyway. I mean, you can, I guess, not put in any work and have a strong belief, and then
Yeah.
it's bigger risk, but you can go
Right.
for it.
Yeah. That's on you.
Yeah. But there's so much stuff that goes into this, like behind the scenes of, working full time, and then after hours, you sacrifice a lot,
Yeah.
sacrificing with relationships, with friends,
hmm
family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This past year, I've been on a very big, um, I hate the no new friends thing, but it's even like no friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Luckily I have friends who support what I'm doing and know why I'm saying no to these events, or they know why I'm flaking, because I
Right.
always say yes and then say no.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
so luckily I have them, and there's, I have a really good support network there. But yeah, it's been really different. And kind of like I mentioned, I'm learning a lot about myself,
Yeah.
learning my workflow. One big thing I was just talking to someone about too is setting boundaries.
Yes.
Maybe a few weeks ago, set up a call at 8:30 p.m. And to some people that's totally fine. For me, I'm done at 7:38.
Yeah.
But I'm also up at 6. So it's, these different things here and there. So I ended up, it was getting 8 o'clock, and I was like, I just want to have dinner. I want to sit down. I'm done. And I ended up, canceling, rescheduling for the next morning. But I
Yeah.
was talking to that person that I, rescheduled with, and I have to have those boundaries. I have to know when to let myself recharge, or it's just not going to be quality, and I
Yeah.
think that's the hardest part, because we live in this grind culture. And you have to in my head, rebrand. It's not, just sitting there doing nothing. You're recharging. You're doing
Right.
something, so that's so hard.
It's hard, but it's super important. Like, if you think about, working out, people are really good at exercising, working out, terrible at recovery, terrible at rest. It's just something that, I don't know, maybe it's not something that we focus on.
Yeah.
Because it's intangible, as far as like, we're doing something and then we'll feel it later, so
Yeah, you will. You can't.
yeah.
You can only outrun it for so long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
It'll catch up.
there's those days
Yeah.
where you just push. Excuse me, those times you push, and then you
Yeah.
just need even more time to recover, because you didn't let yourself recover earlier. You know, I'd say
Yeah.
right for like a sports injury or working out injury, and you
Yep.
keep running on it, and then you break it, and then you're out for months, not just
Yeah.
days or weeks.
Instead of just taking the time to do like a few weeks of physical therapy, using the tools that you have available to you to
Totally
kind of,
slowing down.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's it's hard because for some reason the culture we're in, it's like you feel like you're not doing anything if you're resting.
Yeah,
When
and I
yeah.
oh shoot, I lost what I was gonna say. Oh, so funny, I just lost it, and I cut you off too. Sorry.
No worries.
Jeez.
Yeah, please don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean it's yeah. So let's I want to hear more about your time in Uganda actually, because you mentioned that you were there for 3 years.
Yep. So Peace Corps is
Yeah.
2 years. I extended for a third year, like
Okay.
a cuckoo person.
What was the experience like when you first signed up? Like what were you feeling when you first like getting on a plane out there? Were you excited? Were you nervous?
It was truly ignorance is bliss. I was young. I was like 22, 23 when I left.
Mm.
And I just had no idea what to expect. And I think that was for the best. It's funny, all throughout college, I've always wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And then I did, so it's one of those things where I went into it blindly. I made amazing friends because
Yeah.
amazing connections, and it was just such a life experience because you really have your highest highs and your lowest lows in Peace Corps. They say that, and it could not be more true. So
Wow.
again, you learn a lot about yourself. You learn way more about the world, as you can imagine.
Sure.
And it's something that it feels like a dream now. It feels like gosh, it was like 10 years ago that I left. So,
Wow.
it just doesn't feel like it actually happened.
Isn't that crazy how our brains just like, normalize stuff like that? It's
Yes.
just like, yeah. It's
Because I'll
it's
like
weird.
walk around New York. I'll like walk around New York and be like, oh, why don't I have 5 bars? Why can't I send this text or load this email, yada, yada. And then I'm like, girl, like, you didn't have internet or electricity for 3 years. Like, how are you the
Yeah.
same person?
Yeah, exactly. We just get used to it so quickly. It's crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what was the experience out like there? You were meeting new people every day. Like what was your day to day with the Peace Corps?
Yeah, so the first 2 years I was in Western Uganda.
Mhm.
Beautiful, lush, green, hilly part of the country. I think a lot of people think of Africa or East Africa or Uganda, they think of desert or Sahara, like
Mm.
Lion King, and it's such an incredibly vast geographical place. And so just beautiful area that I was in. Got to hike mountains, which is really cool. But my job, I guess is kind of what you're asking for, is I worked at a high school. I was
Okay.
English teacher, math teacher, and I really explored the special needs students with disabilities area
Mhm.
of Uganda. That was what I went to undergrad for. I was a special ed teacher before
Oh,
Peace
okay.
Corps. And I learned really quickly that there's so much stigma and there's all these myths around disability.
Mhm.
So it was really just a lot of myth busting and kind of talking about the science of it,
Mhm.
and obviously in layman's terms. And luckily I loved that so much that I was connected to a special needs school in Entebbe, Uganda, which is
Mhm.
way more urban, way more cosmopolitan. And I was for a year, I helped kind of build their school up. I was kind of like a vice principal there, and it
Oh,
was
that's
just
awesome.
incredible experience.
That was the third year that you were there?
Correct. Yeah, that
Wow.
was a different location, different job. Just so yeah. I mean, the memories I have and the skills I learned and the people
Yeah.
I connected with too. And we still chat on Facebook Messenger, and we'll still like pictures here and there. And it's nice to see people what they're doing with their lives.
What was it like being there? Like did you ever consider, living there while you were staying there? You were there for quite a few years.
Yeah, right. I know. That was my mom's biggest fear, that I would never come back. Because I was always that kid that would, I did study abroad. I traveled here and
Yeah,
there, and so she's like, "Oh gosh, I'm not going to see my daughter ever again." I don't think I ever considered staying there for a long time. I definitely considered staying in areas like that, maybe bopping around to different places.
yeah. Okay.
That's kind of what brought me to grad school. I really wanted to get into economic development and work, because I got into the savings and loans work out there, Grameen Bank type of thing, because I really saw the need for funding. I mean, you need finances to make these things work.
Yeah.
And I didn't love that with these savings and loans, you immediately put people into debt without educating them about debt. Because I mean, as we all know, it's awful, right? And so,
Yeah. Crazy. Student loans.
yeah, like the loans idea, it's a good idea, but the debt part is kind of overlooked and kind of
Yes,
scary,
very much so. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then fast forward, that's again went to grad school, and that's how I got involved with impact investing. And I thought, okay, we're not putting people into debt, we're funding things, and we're using blended finance and creative ways to
That's pretty cool.
bring finances into projects. Yeah.
Nice. And then, so you got your master's, nice, in New York?
Yeah, I went to Fordham. I went to IPED,
Okay.
which is International Political Economy and Development. It's
Oh, nice.
part of their grad school program there.
Did you go to the Rose Hill one, or?
Yeah, did you go to Fordham?
I went to Fordham Prep, the high school there.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so many years ago. That's crazy. I think they were like doing 15-year anniversary or something like that, or 15-year
Wow.
alumni or something like that.
I know it goes by so fast.
Oh my God, this it's crazy. I can't even imagine like what the next 10 years is going to be like. I'm going to blink and I'm going to be 40 before I know it. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, and it's so funny, because when I was younger, I thought of a 40-year-old as like just the oldest person on the planet.
Super old.
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Now I'm like,
Yeah.
we're young and alive.
Yeah. 40 is the new 20. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know about you, but I do. I mean, I would never be able to run this business in my 20s. Like, there's no way. So
That's a different person.
Right. So it's just, the 20s are fun, don't get me wrong, but it's just, I'm grateful for the age and the experience to kind of get this stuff together.
It's funny. Yeah, it's funny you say that, because when I was in college, I went to Stony Brook out in Long Island. So instead of I actually studied abroad too, because I went to Australia. It was like
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, it was funny because I was supposed to graduate out there, so that was going to be my last semester.
Oh.
And then I got more interested in like neuroscience and more of the science aspect of psychology. So I decided to change my degree from a BA to a BS, and I had to take a year's worth of like science courses and math courses when I came back.
Wow.
And so yeah, when I was, so I guess my 5th year there, so I was a 5-year. I went back and I was taking these like, freshman level chemistry classes and stuff. And the difference when I think I was like 21 or 22 at the time, and the difference they felt like children, like these 18-year-olds. It was insane.
Right.
And I felt like I was like, oh yeah, I was like that 4 years ago.
Just a handful of years ago.
Yeah. And then even then, like thinking about the way I was in my 20s, I was like, whoa. It's insane, the difference. Yeah.
And it's just a matter of a few years too.
Yes. Yeah. It's possible to grow a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. I mean, talk about pivoting, going from a BA to a BS, and just knowing you're going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Did you do that 5th year out in Australia or back at Stony Brook?
Back at Stony Brook. Yeah. It was rough. Yeah. It was like I think one semester I was taking like 21 credits.
Oof.
I was working full time too. I was working at the Starbucks on campus at that time.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And then I was also like playing ultimate frisbee. I was on the team doing stuff. So besides that, and I was actually trying to do well in school, because before I didn't really care as much. Like I wasn't really into school. I was mostly self-taught. Like I teach myself everything. Like I taught myself all filmmaking and all that stuff, and that's kind of how I get into it.
Mm.
But I realized that it was just not for me. And then afterwards I worked in a research lab for a couple of years.
Wow.
And then it was interesting. We were doing like neuroscience research on alcoholism and genetics.
Wow.
Yeah, HBNL lab in Brooklyn. Shout out.
Hey.
Yeah, they've been going for years, like almost decades, doing these long-term studies with families. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your day to day there? I'm so not a science person, so labs are so interesting to me,
Yeah.
and research like that.
Yeah, so I was mostly the technician running the experiments. So we would do EEG studies. So I would have them hooked up, and we had this like soundproof booth. And it was completely like electro, I guess proof. And then we had a separate computer outside, and we would feed them these questionnaires, these tests that they would do, these cognitive tests, like puzzles and stuff like that, testing their reaction. And then we would basically, track their brainwaves through this cap that we would put on. And then we would take the brainwave caps, we would interview them, we would do blood work. So it was like a full thing. We would.
What type of questions?
It was like I didn't do the questions, the interviews, but it was like almost an hour long of questions.
Wow.
Where it's just like, how much family history, how much do you drink per week, how many drinks do you say per day, what type of drinks, who in your friend group is drinking, like it was an hour of that basically. Yeah. And
one of my friends just posted on like his Instagram being like, hey, no judgment, I'm just trying to gauge how the pandemic affected my drinking. How many drinks does everyone have a week? You know what I mean? Because drinking really like for a lot of people took off during the pandemic, and now it didn't come back down. So it was really interesting to see him be very vulnerable about that and very like, self-aware. But yeah, I mean, the hereditary part of it, I'm sure, gosh, that's so then can you tell us what like the findings were, or is research still happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's still ongoing, but it's definitely hereditary. Like there's definitely a genetic component. So for example, if you had twins, both of them, if they came from alcoholic parents, and if one twin was separated, lived in a non-alcoholic family, wasn't grown up, they still have the same amount of risk, like amount of chance of becoming alcoholic if they're introduced to it. Wow. So it's the situation as well. It's your surroundings, how you're raised. That's all a factor. But the genetic risk is like, if you have parents who are alcoholics, your risk, be aware that you have much higher risk than anyone else who doesn't have it. Yeah. So it's they were learning that about most addictions. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, oh, most addictions. Oh, wow. Yeah. See, I don't know much about this.
Yeah.
Wow. It's because I mean, not to get back to the business thing, just for a brief moment. I did this past year. Because I haven't had many outings with friends, I just stopped drinking a lot. Just because I didn't have the opportunity to, and it like because I would never be hungover. I would just be a little bit slow. You know what I mean? Like wouldn't make those connections fast enough. And so I have noticed like without even a glass of wine, I'm just performing better, much better, which I know it's not innovative or like a new thing, but it's just, I was like, oh wow, like even just a couple glasses of wine, a glass of wine here and there, without that, I'm much better. So this is like kind of wild to talk about too, in the hereditary part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I used to drink a lot. Like, definitely, I was actually, since the pandemic, I've really cut down on drinking. It's because I don't know. It's just I don't find the joy out of it anymore.
Right.
I don't really do it socially. Yeah, I don't go out. So
yeah, exactly. This is like one of those things, especially when you're like married and it's like when you go to these bars and you're kind of like everybody's just making eyes at everybody. And you're like, is this what it is?
Yeah. Also, since I haven't been drinking, like if I have one drink, I feel terrible. Like my body's like, whoa, I thought we were done with this.
Take it easy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what's this poison?
We were done with that.
Yeah. Nope. Psych. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't recover. Talk about age. We don't recover as well anymore, I think.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah. So I will say, you know, if you want to feel better, just stop drinking.
I
It
cannot
helps.
Yeah. Voice it up. Even like my, I guess as the face of the company too, like I just my skin, my like just general like bags are no longer there with drinking. It's just like crazy how it affects mind, body, mentality,
Oh
everything.
yeah. Everything. Yeah. I mean, it's literal poison that you're putting in your body,
That
and then and it makes you feel good, and then your liver's like, damn, again. Yeah.
Borrowed time.
Yeah. Yeah. But it is interesting because it is very useful in social situations. Like, you know, it kind of lubes you up, gets you a little less out of your head.
Very true.
There's other things you can do obviously to have the same effect, but it's just like getting out, I think, as a business owner is important. I thought before, like what we were saying earlier about like rest and recovery, I think actually taking the time to go out and meet new people is important, because it's really, I get most of my, business or connections just going out, actually meeting people. It's like it hasn't been from any online interactions thus far, as far as that. Yeah.
I listened to I really enjoy your podcast, but the one I enjoyed the most was with the New York Times photographer, and how
K.L.P,
you met him at like a mixer or something like that.
Yeah,
and
random. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
a great conversation, something I never knew about.
Yeah. He was cool. Yeah. Caleb, yeah, from Vermont. He was yeah.
All the aerial shots and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
beautiful stuff. Yeah.
I agree. I think it's so funny. I was just, like I mentioned, I just had a really big event Wednesday, and I was like, everyone in that group kind of knows each other, is part of similar memberships and here and there. And I was like, okay, I think for next big event, I want to start branching out other places. Just not because, I mean, they were great partners, everyone's great, but exactly what we said, just to get new ideas, fresh input, just expand your reach, if you will.
Yeah, just trying different things, having more variety. I think it's mostly just, I think the biggest takeaway is just putting yourself out there. That uncomfortable feeling you get when you have to go do something and like go talk to someone new, or just like you don't feel like talking today. Happens a lot.
Oh yeah. And for me too, so I have to go. I have to kind of scout out designers and brands for my marketplace, and I'll go to these events and whatnot. And I consider myself quite social and personable, and I could talk to a wall. But I still get that kind of like what do I say? Like, how do I introduce myself? How do I, how do I not sound like a corporate drone? I want to be like, I have a marketplace. Let's get you on there. I want to like actually have a relationship with this brand,
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's the key. You just make relationships with people, talk to them about shared interests, and then whatever comes from that comes from that. But yeah, the whole sales approach doesn't work.
It's so sleazy. There's no way to. I know that's a big part of, and well, that's something I have to kind of also kind of work on too. Is I am too casual. I remember like about 6 months ago, I had a call with maybe some investor. In retrospect, I realized he was like scoping out investments, and I was just way too casual in my like work community, hat, and not wearing my businesswoman hat. And I was like, oh, I gotta kind of figure out when to switch those hats way more quicker.
Like, yeah, so we're talking about this. He's like, oh, what's your numbers looking like?
And I was like, oh, well, we just kind of hang out,
Yeah, we have these meetings
It was one of, I mean, everything happens for a reason, right? But it was just one of those funny moments where he even said to, he's in a very nice way, he's like, okay, look, I'll check in later, when you're a little bit, more serious. And I was like, oh my God.
The worst part, the worst part is when you find out he's right and you're like, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It hurt, but it was, great feedback.
I mean, that's the only way to grow. That's the only way to get better, once you realize that it's like, oh yeah, I'm nowhere near close.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little humbling.
I think, and that's, well, yeah, like I said, it was like one of those, like, oh, like fist to the gut, kind of like, oh, that I felt that. But now I know when I research people and I see investor or whatever business thing there are, I'm like, okay, different hat.
Yeah. it's kind of necessary, you know. And you realize that after after talking to different types of people too.
Mm.
Like you kind of have to, you know, just you're not like changing, you know, or you're not acting. You're still yourself. You're just
Yeah,
putting in a different perspective for them. That's how I see it.
that is a good way to. Yeah, I think I still have to find out who I am as a CEO.
Right.
Right. I'm very comfortable being a founder, very comfortable being a community member, but yada yada. But as a CEO, I need to kind of figure out my brand, if
Yeah.
you will.
It's a job. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's basically I mean, you'll figure it out. It's something that, you know, just
Mm.
takes time. It takes a lot of experimenting. I'm still figuring out. I'm changing my website every like 2 minutes.
Oh my
Or
God,
I'm just yeah.
wait, talk to me about that. I literally am doing that. I'm going from WordPress to Shopify right now.
Okay.
Tabs are open behind me.
Nice. I mean, I'm not too familiar with Shopify. I use WordPress for my site.
Mm.
And then we basically just redid a whole landing page on there.
Oh, nice.
So I designed the whole thing. I designed it on Canva actually. Do you use
Mm.
Canva?
Oh my God, it turns out I love the design part of this stuff. I love Canva.
It's fun. Canva makes it fun, makes it
Mm.
pretty easy. I have the pro subscription.
Yeah, I
So
definitely
yeah,
recommend that.
it's amazing. Yeah, it's really cool. And it's like I've used everything else. I've used Photoshop and all that stuff, and it's like this pretty much does the same thing,
Oh,
unless
good.
you're trying to
Yeah,
get
good. I'm
into
glad to hear that.
like specific like designs, like more advanced stuff. Then you would have to use, you know, Adobe or something like that, obviously. But
Mhm.
for most things, like Canva is really good. Like we've designed a couple websites on there where it's just like we put all the things together and then we send it to our team of developers and then they just like translate it. It's crazy.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, my
fun.
branding was on Canva, and I love it. It's so easy to use.
Yes, they're good at that.
Hmm.
Yeah, you set up your own brand boards and like your fonts,
Hmm.
and so that way it just makes it easier when you're making posts. And yeah,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I think that is one thing too, is the consistency. You know, I'm just keeping everything the same, letting people just know that this is where we are, this is what we look like. So it's
right.
helpful for that.
I mean, as far as like consistency, I mean, you're gonna just keep figuring out what your message is gonna be. You're gonna just keep fine tuning that message. Like I've had 17 log lines already for the for the company, where it's just like I keep as time goes on, as I talk to more people, as I get more clients, I'm just like, oh, I'm actually doing this more instead of this.
Yep.
So, you know, you
Yep.
just refine it over time instead of, you know, instead of my old approach, which is just like be paralyzed by fear and not try it because you're just overthinking and you're like, I need a perfect strategy. And then
Yeah.
no such
Yeah,
thing.
that's the strategy. Yeah, I need to get more strategized, but I need to also not, just stick with it with tight knuckles
Yeah.
or clenched knuckles.
I mean, it's just like if you get good at just doing things and
Mm.
just like just doing it, then you can start implementing the strategy because that's like the driving force behind whatever direction you're going to put it in. So if you start the other way around, it's harder to build up momentum. Um,
True.
so I mean, it's people do it all the time. If you have a lot of money, sure, you can start with strategy. You can start with people with a team that
Yeah.
knows exactly what they're doing because they've done it before a million times. But you know, when you're doing this yourself, which are you doing this yourself? Do you have partners or?
Yeah, it's just me. I have
Nice.
two girls that I have one. What we call her a. Oh my God, we had to, with her day job. We have to be very conscious of what we're. And she's an advisor. She's an
Okay.
advisor. That's all.
Gotcha.
Everybody, okay. And then another who is really helpful with our mending club and with strategy and kind of our behind the scenes, like COO type
Nice.
deal.
Oh yeah, tell me about the mending club. It's when did you start that?
I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah.
It's my pride and joy, if I'm being honest.
Nice.
And I owe it to those two girls, Tree and Annie, if you're listening. I would not be where I am without them.
Nice.
It kind of came about because, like I mentioned, the marketplace is always my idea, but I wanted it to be, again, like I mentioned, a community. And so
Sure.
what does this community revolve around? Revolves around getting rid of disposable fashion. You know, we're not throwing away things. We're using it for something. Upcycling, downcycling, recycling, whatever.
Yeah.
So a perfect way to do that is a mending club. So we have them. We try to do one a month. We just, like I mentioned, just have one on Wednesday. Our next is October 9th. in Park Slope. But it really, yes, you learn 3 new stitches, you learn how to sew a button, we can teach you how to do a patch. But it really is just a community, really people talking to each other, having these engaging conversations. And, we always have 1 or 2 people come who are so experienced at mending and bring their own projects and can help each other out. So,
Nice.
yeah, it's really just another arm, another way for us to fight, like I said, disposable fashion.
Where do you do this?
And all around, we've done it uptown, we've done it downtown in Brooklyn. We're trying to look at spaces in Astoria and Queens.
Nice.
Following our Instagram is the best way to know where and when it happens. But yeah, once a month we try to get everyone together.
Are you looking to do that more frequently, like a once a week type thing, or?
Yeah, we're very lucky in that it's demanded. All of our events, people have asked us to come. We haven't reached out yet.
Oh, nice.
And because I think that again with the COVID, a lot of people wanted community. They wanted people nearby, and so this is a great way to do that. And you learn a new skill.
And you can sell what you learned and what you made there.
Yes, we're hoping it. At one point in our with Recent Mending Club, the club was running itself. All the teachers kind of stepped back, and people were teaching each other and talking, or just sitting there and chatting. So exactly, we'd love. I always joke I want it to be like an MLM, but like not any money is being made. It's just like I learned a skill at the Recent Mending Club. Now I'm going to go have my own mending club, and pass it on, kind of thing.
Yeah.
We would love to do it at like cafes or bars, So yeah, there's grand plans for that, but money and time.
Do you record these sessions in some way?
We take pictures and videos and kind of like make little social posts about them. We tried to do online mending club, but it's tough.
Have you done any like a live stream or something?
Yeah, exactly. We had people zoom in to an actual mending club, and it was just you kind of like showing them what you're doing, and it's
I see. Yeah.
You just for the physical, actual like skill part.
Yeah. Are you streaming the actual like for example, are you using like a Facebook Live or YouTube Live or something?
Oh, I'm not, but I should be, huh?
I mean, you just have a phone, set up a little tripod.
Yeah.
Keep it on a nice angle.
That's
just
not a bad
let
idea,
it roll.
actually.
Yeah.
People can check it. That's actually, that's what you need to get better at is like not marketing, but just promotion. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's just like finding out different creative ways to put yourself out there and get people to notice.
Do you think you're good at like cameras and stuff? What if I just had this idea, if we did like a shot from above the table, would that look kind of cool?
Yeah, like an overhead shot where it's just like
seeing
you can
people
even
work.
There's a couple ways you can do it. Do you have an iPhone or does someone have an iPhone? You can use the time lapse function. That's a great so just have that playing in the corner, just time lapse the whole thing. That'll be a video right there.
Oh, I'm gonna like take notes. I love that idea too.
Yeah, if you're able to get a camera above somehow, you'd have to get like a stand or something, or something to hang over. Or I don't know if you go to a place with a ceiling fan or something, just
right.
tape someone's phone up.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
The string and some hope.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just have it spinning.
You have to have that like a warning beforehand. I like that idea. The time lapse is good.
Yeah.
Because it is one of those things that you have to kind of experience it to understand it. It's such a beautiful way, and mending is really meditative. We have had, like I mentioned, like deep and profound conversations as people are just using their hands. Wow. And I don't know what it does, but it really opens up. It's a heart opener in a weird way, and people really connect and be and they're really vulnerable in these situations. So kind of letting more people in on that, I think would be really therapeutic in a way.
I mean, that's a good point. I catch myself a lot. I don't know if you do this, but like when I'm talking on the phone, especially, I'm a pacer. Like I pace back and forth. I move a lot. I'm always doing stuff with my hands. Like I'm constantly like playing around with my ring. I'm constantly doing stuff, and that helps me focus on whatever I'm trying to do. So I think it's a good point that if you're doing stuff with your hands, it kind of frees your mind up. Like you like if you feel like your body's going a little bit, like you're moving.
There's got to be some science there. I mean,
Yeah.
I did the therapy one time. Without being TMI, it was like a trauma therapy, and I had these two balls in each hand, and I would just squeeze left and right as I went through I spoke out loud the traumatic event, and there's science about left to right, back and forth, and kind of thinking about different things. It just somehow dissipates it, lets you kind of let go of it, and that's what I say. Like runners, left, right, running is so therapeutic. There must be something, you're right, to like the moving and the way your body is kind of processing things that helps your mind let go or do something.
I mean, it makes sense. The way that our brains work is it's waves, right? So it's like different frequency of waves.
Oh yeah.
So it would make sense that it's kind of like connected, where your movement or different rhythms. I think that's why we get into dance and music so much, is because of the different frequencies that kind of align with our brains, or
totally
in a way that's kind of intangible, I guess. We just don't know, but yeah,
right.
there has to be something to it.
Yeah. Have you tried it's called ecstatic dancing? Ecstatic?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so basically it happens all around the city, and the whole idea is you go and there's no judgment, you just dance. The DJ plays and you just move, and that dance is actually too structured. You literally just move your bones however you feel necessary, and it's just, again, like it's very therapeutic. You do it in large groups, and it's just a really beautiful therapeutic way to like let go of things. So
it's like a judgment-free concert type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there's those kind of trancey beats, if you will. So you're just really getting into it, and
nice.
You can. I mean, I've done it a few times, but people just truly like meditate while you're moving, kind of thing.
Yeah. I think it's key. I mean, the last time I danced I was drunk at a wedding, so it takes. I'm not really a dancer.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you got to let go, but it's easier said than done.
I know. Yeah, it's not that I'm against dancing, or like I just don't practice it, so I'm not good at it. As far as that goes, like I know it's a skill like anything else. You got to practice it. Like if you want to throw a ball, you got to throw a ball a lot of times.
True.
You want to be good at it. So yeah, it's just one of those things where I just haven't practiced enough. But I listen a lot. Like I listen to a lot of podcasts. I listen to a lot of audiobooks. I'm constantly listening to things. So that's where I put a lot of my time and energy. Like any extra time I have is just listening to things and learning things.
What are some of your favorite podcasts?
My favorite podcast? Recently I started getting this one called Modern Wisdom. It's by this guy in the UK. I believe his name is Chris. He started years ago, right? And he's just like another podcaster who just started. He brings on people with like kind of like interesting like authors, people who have kind of like written books on subjects, and he comes on and have them talk about different subjects. I mainly interested in like the psychological ones, or like the self-improvement ones, like that type of genre. So he has a whole bunch of different stuff. It's similar to like Joe Rogan, where he just brings on a bunch of different people. But this one is it's more of like they're figuring stuff out as they talk it through, which I like.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's called Modern Wisdom. I listen to it on Spotify because it's just Spotify is my go-to thing. If it's not playing a podcast, it's playing music.
Easy.
And I always have music on. Yeah, that's my thing. I'm always listening to something. I don't know what it is. I just have to
I'm the
listen
same way. I grew up with my mom. With our household always had music on. Maybe was that yours too?
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
Cleaning, music blasting. Yeah.
My mom listened to Stevie Wonder when we cleaned, and now like Stevie Wonder is just like cleaning mode.
Yeah. Yeah, she was more into like freestyle, like 80s.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that was like, it was like a party every time we were cleaning.
Good, because I hate it. So I'm glad that it's a party. I should try
Yeah,
that.
I know. Yeah. That's what I do now. It's like if I have to clean something or if I have to do anything, just pop on my headphones,
Yeah. Get
put on
moving.
some jams, and then time goes by way quicker.
Yeah. You have to. Yeah, I'm the same way. That's funny.
Yeah. That's cool. I really I'm excited to hear about, where this goes and how you can start these new mending clubs. And are you looking to branch out like outside of New York or eventually?
Yeah. The plan, I love to, so I want to have pockets, where there are a bunch of upcycled brands and designers and, kind of bring Reclipped to LA, to Austin, Atlanta. Columbus, Ohio actually has a pretty good upcycle community, and kind of promote that local, shop local, model that we have right now. Right now, it's all New York City designers. We're shipping all over, the States, but really promoting it in New York City. So yeah, definitely. I mean, this next few months, I'm revving up. In 2023, maybe I'll fundraise. Maybe I'll see what I can do with getting this really, really off the ground. That's kind of the plan.
That's awesome. Yeah. So what are the next steps that you have currently?
We have that mending club on the 9th, like I mentioned. We'll have one in November and December as well. As you can imagine, the holiday season really is going to be a big push. We'll have holiday pop-ups around the city, gift guides, stuff like collections on our Instagram shopping and on our website for holiday gifts and whatnot. We have, gosh, the brands on my website. I know I'm biased, but they're just doing the coolest stuff. So at these events, if you're able to join, and we should do virtual. You're right. I should just do live streams and stuff.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Doing, maybe getting something embroidered or bringing an old sweater and getting it upcycled. So we'll be doing stuff like that too, or upcycling
cool.
in real life.
There's so many. Oh man, there's so many things you can do with that. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's why it's so hard to define upcycling, because it kind of is anything,
Yeah.
It could be. So I mean, it's as simple as this sweater has a stain. I got like an oil stain on it. Not a sweater, it's a t-shirt, whatever. And I just took my sewing machine, I just ran some lines over it. And now I just have these cool zigzaggy lines, and it looks cool, and then I don't have a stain anymore. So it's as simple as that too.
Yeah, most people would just throw it away, right? Or
put a patch on it, or I don't know, tie dye it. Yeah, there's just so many. Oh God, so many things you can do.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
And that's what we hope. That's what we hope. If you have a stain, or you have a rip, or you have a sweater you just don't like for whatever reason, you come to us. We'll help you figure it out.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. And then, so as far as that goes, are you gonna, have any upcycle fashion shows or any like runways where people can show off their work or anything like that?
Yes, oh my God, that's the most fun too, right? We actually get to go to a show and see it. I'm so lucky. 2 of my designers actually just showed in New York Fashion Week, which is incredible. They had great shows. And then, again, kind of around the holidays, bringing people together, getting stuff out there. We're currently forming a partnership with a brand that has a really big space. So hopefully right in Manhattan too. So hopefully we can get that going, get some fashion shows in there, get some people just awesome. Looking at upcycle fashion.
That's pretty awesome. All right, so what's the best way for people to kind of to check this out, and like what do you recommend people do? Like check out the page, come to the Mending Club. What would you recommend the first
we're most
step?
active on Instagram. That's just where we have our most in most of our info. It's more visual. Community's kind of there, so we're at Reclipped, RECLYPT. We also have obviously that links to our website, which is just www.reclipped.com, which is the whole full catalog, our marketplace. There, sign up for our email list. We send out emails. We don't send out a lot because we're human and emails are the worst. So it's just the good stuff, I promise.
Yeah.
And we're really just, like I said, we're trying to rev up these next few months. So, stay tuned. I'm excited to see where I can take it.
That's awesome. And lastly, I want to know about the name. Tell me about the name. How'd that start?
Yes. Oh my God. Well, maybe as you know, trademarking is annoying, I guess, to say in a G way. So I had this name I loved. It was Treasure Exchange. Treasure means, like treasure and then exchange. But the lawyer was like, that's not going to get you. That's no way that's going to get a trademark. So she's like, just throw some letters together. And so long story short, I love eucalyptus. So it's the clip right there. The clipped is from eucalyptus, and then reclipped like snip, snip, snip.
Gotcha.
So
That's
there it
pretty
is.
cool.
Yeah.
It's so funny how these things come apart, how they come about. Yeah.
It's funny because between you and I, LOL, I don't love the name, but people love it and it works and it can get trademarked. So
Listen, if a name like Google can become like a worldwide type of thing, it's not even a word. So,
Wow, actually, thank you. That actually makes me feel a lot better.
yeah.
Thank you.
Because think about it, a lot of these companies, it's like the logos don't mean anything. Starbucks, what is that? It has nothing to do with coffee.
True.
So
Yeah,
it's
that's so
just
funny. They just are common knowledge now.
yeah, because of all the crazy stuff that they put behind it. So it's
Yeah,
like
true.
So once you think about that, all the little stuff goes away. You're like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna make Reclip the best thing ever. Yeah.
Yep. I'm stuck with it. So.
Yeah. No, you can't change it. Yeah.
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 Oh, that actually really does make me feel better. Thank you.
That's good. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you'll get there. It's just a matter of time. Just gotta be patient. Keep putting in the work. Keep meeting new people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
I know.
It's pretty
And
awesome.
speaking of meeting new people, obviously we know each other, but I mean, this was so lovely. I've been pushing this off, not pushing off. I said that time for so long.
Sure.
And so I'm really glad we could connect. I love what you're doing. Obviously, shout out to T. And I'm so grateful. So grateful that you had me on. This is really, really enjoyable.
Yeah, definitely. This was fun. Thank you so much. And
best of luck to you too.
Thank you.
You got a lot of stuff going on.
Yes, too much. Honestly.
Yeah, I know, right?
I gotta reel it back. Yeah.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I know. It's that's the game. We just keep reeling it back. Yeah.
Yeah, but however, any way I can help with what you're doing too. I don't know what I can help with, but please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to promote or attend or do whatever. I'm happy to.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk after.
Lovely.
Yeah, it'd be cool. All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'll keep you updated, and then if people want to check you out, visit Instagram at Reclipped.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to shout out your own Instagram, or you want to keep that on the low?
My Instagram just reposting Reclips.
There you go. All right. So check it out. All right. Thank you
Great.
so much.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. All right. Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
The doctor will see you now. But do they really? Do they see you as a mother who's a daughter and a caregiver? Fearless, but sometimes fearful? A health nut with a French fry habit? An O-positive geologist named Patty, who's here today for a melanoma exam? At Kaiser Permanente, we believe the only way to care for all of you is by seeing all that is you. Kaiser Permanente, for all that is you. Learn more at kp.org.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Your signature style isn't just about your clothes, cologne, or watch, but how you bring them all together. Now, with an available 12.3-inch touchscreen display and enhanced handling, the Lexus RX is a vehicle as elevated as you are. The Lexus RX, designed with distinction, crafted with confidence.
Get 2.99% APR financing on a 2022 RX 350.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Call 1-800-USA-LEXUS for important APR offer and pricing details. 48 monthly payments of $22.13 for every $1,000 finance. Not all customers will qualify. Offer available in the Lexus Southern area only in this October 3rd, 2022.
The Triple B Podcast would like to invite you to come break bread with your brothers. If you like what you're hearing on the show, if you think we missed the mark, or if we got it all wrong, reach out to us on social media. We can be reached on Twitter at triple_B_pod or search Brothers Breaking Bread Podcast. We are the Brothers Breaking Bread on Facebook, and our email is brothersbreakingbreadpod@gmail.com. Further descriptions are in the show notes. Like, follow, friend, do all that good stuff. And please, never forget to break bread with your brothers.
How y'all doing? We out here, chilling in the spot. What up? How y'all doing? We out here, chilling in the spot. What up? How y'all doing? We out here, chilling in the spot. What up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Brothers Breaking Bread Podcast in the house. Hey!
We'll have a little pop-up. It'll be good.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Let's not just talk about it. This is a beautiful thing, man. Just all this blackness, and we all just getting together, we playing dominoes, we eating, we drinking. And, food is always just the extra, man.
They deprive these people of their basic human rights. And we call ourselves Americans. We're supposed to be above all this. They'll fake the crisis. They'll make it seem way out of proportion.
We brothers, we breaking bread. How y'all doing? We out here, chilling in the spot. What up?
Trying to hold it all together, man. Life is moving fast right now, man. So it's good to have everybody come through. I love that, man. I love it a lot more than I could say to you guys.
Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. My only regret was too young for Lisa Bonet. My only regret was too young for Nia Long. Now all I'm left with is hoes from reality shows. Hand her a script, the bitch probably couldn't read alone. My only regret was too young for Sade Adu.
I think Nia Long's back available. He might need to make a call.
So he might need to go on and shoot a shot now.
He might need to shoot a shot. Welcome.
Intended.
Welcome, good people, to the brothers of the and the sisters of the bread. So I know you noticed that the intro's a little bit different. Man, Donnie Bosco is off tending to them kids. He's got his boys playing in a football game tonight and hosting his daughters in town. Got his mom running around, so we're going to let him do his thing and get back to us. But in the meantime, the show must go on. We got a crew in here. Crew, what up?
Crewed up.
What's goody?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yo.
So we're going to go around the room. Miss Honey Buns, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, what y'all getting into? It feels like it's been a minute, but back at it like we never left. Nothing really to check in on. Just, kicking ass and taking names. That's all I can do these days.
Taking ass and kicking names, get it?
Yeah, not what I said, but definitely what I meant. Okay, let's keep the party going.
Shaking babies and kissing hands.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Uh-oh. Somebody just popped in. Let's go ahead and get her off of there. Miss Lady of Lavender, I see you sneaking in the back door. What's up with it?
What's up?
What's up? How you doing? Got your pup with you?
I'm good. I just put her to bed, so everything's good with her, and I'm adequately imbibed and about to finally be able to hit my vape pen since I'm away from the family. Feeling good.
So how's the family doing?
Everybody's good. Today's my dad's birthday. So we all came down, first time since 2019 that all the family's been together. So
that's lovely.
It was a good day. Family. I think I was the only sibling that had gotten to meet my brother's youngest daughter. So that was also nice. Everybody got to meet her today. So good day. Good times.
Well, I'm apologize to you. Just getting here. We a little technically disadvantaged today.
What happened?
Well, you know, Roger's not available, so I'm running the show, and I'm running it with one hand tied behind my back. I don't think I'm gonna be able to share the screen, so
no worries.
You're gonna have to imagine what's being said.
All right, I'm good with that.
Visuals are. It'll be all right. You got it. So, anyway, let's go to my man with the technical issues that match mine. What's up, Slim?
What up? What up? Oh man, glad I was able to jump in, man. Not much to check in on. Move tomorrow. Oh, the week ended off well. Crazy enough, mom's hit me with a gift from the grave, bro.
Oh, wow.
Straight up, she's still touching me from the grave, bro. Came up on something that she had stashed away that didn't nobody know about. And they called me up for a little thing to the bank today. I was like, oh yeah, this is for you.
That's awesome.
I'm like, wow.
So, what, like a little inheritance?
Little something, man. Little something to push me on, you know, during this time when I'm moving and all kinds of shit is going on. It's just a little nudge to say, nigga, keep going. So,
damn, that's deep.
She's still with you. Ended the day well, man. Ended the week on a high note, bro.
God bless Mama Cole, man. God bless her. You know what I'm saying? Zebulon, what up, soldier?
I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling, man. I ain't really got nothing, man. You know, everything's copacetic as usual. Just trying to adjust to this fall, you know, this autumn weather now. So I'm a tropical. I come from a tropical people. You know what I mean? So I ain't really vibing with this weather, but it is what it is.
Well, that summer tried to hang on for you for as long as it could.
Yeah, it is.
I thought it was like 60-something degrees today in St. Louis, at least. Is it like that in Columbia and Kansas City, too? And rainy?
It's been rainy all day. It's 57 right now.
Oh, my gosh, that's so cold.
I know, right?
It's been like 100 2 days ago.
Dealing with that.
It was like 98 2 days ago.
Exactly.
Damn near.
Yeah, so.
Literally was. It was like 90-something.
Hey, man. So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, so, like, what, 2.5, 3 weeks, I'm actually going to be there, right?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I need the temp check, man. I need to know what's going on.
Well, you know, you lived in Missouri for 4 years, bro.
Yeah.
Or more.
I ain't lived in Missouri in over 10.
And see, what we need you to do is when you come up, we need you to bring Houston with you to, like, make it a little bit warmer in Missouri at that point.
Yeah. It's 100 degrees today. Y'all can have that shit.
It was hot as hell in Houston. I was not ready when I walked outside.
You know, I mean, y'all already know what it is. If it's Missouri, just wait 10 minutes. If you don't like the weather, it'll change.
It'll change.
So,
True.
you know what I mean?
What's up with you, though, bro?
Yeah, man, appreciate you, bro. I'm out here learning new stuff, man. I'm out here trying to figure this out. Dropped by Bosco's crib yesterday. Watched a little of the game. Spoke to him and his little lady and just kind of was trying to figure out what the hell we gonna do today. So hopefully this shit I'll record and we'll be able to post it.
Hey, you know, I'm just thinking we didn't do the normal audio check to make sure everybody's levels of shit was coming through.
Oh, I listened to the pregame. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you did. Okay.
I mean, you know, look, don't expect me to be that nigga. That nigga's not me. I'm not him. We gonna make it work the best we can. It's gonna be what it is.
We gonna be all right.
That's right. That's right. We gonna be all right. So, and then on the other side, I had a guest appearance this week, dropped on Tuesday, from the Psychology of the Hustle podcast, hosted by the one and only Kim. Appreciate you.
That was a dope episode, Joe. I mean, I know you don't have to tell me if you went back and listened or not, but it's been very well received. Like, you over there saving marriages and blessing men folk. It's been real dope. I mean, I had a couple of brothers call and just sit down and was like, yo, like, I'm listening to this man's words, and this is like my pain right now. I'm like, you need some men folk to fellowship with, bruh, because there's these theories going around that men and women can't be friends, but I'm going to sit with you and listen with you, bruh, and hear your pain. But they're really having some struggles around this. It was an on-time topic for a lot of people. So you out here doing the good work.
Well, you know, I just show up and I just do me. I just be out here, I say what I got to say. I get it off my chest, let it be how it is. And that's
you marriage counseling out here, man? You moonlighting as a marriage counselor?
Nah, just fucking being grumpy and talking shit.
Just being grumpy.
It's the perfect opportunity to say I put numbers on the board, nigga.
I put numbers on the board. Can't the bitch say, let me say I bought a Michael Kors. Hey, Pusha T's coming to town too, man, on August 4th. I'm not August, October 4th. Who's with it?
Where are you going? Where are you coming to?
Independence.
Oh, he's out. He's gonna be out there.
I think so. I said the Truman is. I think what it said. I have to do a double check, but we can talk about that offline. But yeah, Kim, you know, I appreciate you having me on. I think we had fun. If it reached out to anybody and touched anybody's spirit, that's even better. You know what I'm saying? And it is documented. Men and women can't be friends. It's on episode 17 of the Brothers Breaking Bread. If you don't believe me, go back and listen. I hear tell that you guys are gonna maybe what was it? Do a review.
We're gonna do a reaction.
A reaction video, yeah.
Of the podcast. I mean, that was a very interesting topic. The perspectives that were given. I don't have a temperament to juggle 4 or 5 personalities. I'll just log off because I got a feeling it's gonna get heated. But it wasn't like a bad combo that y'all had, but we definitely want to speak on it because we think folks can, you know, coexist and you can have a work wife or you can be friends with your people. But I think we're gonna find out a little bit later that shit don't always work out.
So I mean, that was a lively discussion. I think Ada was there. Ada was giving me shit about that. I think Zeb was in that conversation.
I think that ended up being one of the great debaters that year as well.
I think it did.
It was an interesting episode.
So, yeah, definitely, folks, go out there and go back through the archives, check it out. Other episode 17, I think it was Can Men and Women Be Friends? So we'll let you decide. I think we're ready to go ahead and get it on. What y'all think? All right, so again, I apologize. We were having problems sharing the screen, so you're just going to have to imagine what's going on. But we do have audio for a lot of these things. So, and you know what? I don't feel the need to be Roger. So if anybody wants to take the point on one of these stories, you know what I'm saying, just let me know from whatever your perspective is you want to talk about, please do so. So we're going to kick it off with Ron DeSantis. To my knowledge, he basically did a dick move and decided he was going to take some immigrants and, you know, move them up to Martha's Vineyard where the liberal elites are and drop them in the middle of town without any type of warning, notice, or any remedy for, you know, those people to be able to, you know, find a place to sleep, find food to eat. I think a lot of people, once they found out about it, were on the move to try to make sure they accommodated them. But I guess Florida taking their was their healthcare budget to do that?
Think so. I think it was.
Was the
or no? Was it COVID? I think
it might have been COVID. I was thinking it was Obamacare, but yeah, maybe it was the COVID budget.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
So, I mean, taxpayer dollars.
I mean, and the thing is, they weren't even in Florida. He went to Texas. He flew a plane to Texas, got him from Texas, flew him to Florida, then flew him to fucking Martha's Vineyard. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because old boy started the shit first, right? Old Hot Wheels did it first by sending the bus of the motherfuckers to New York first.
Right, he sure did. Yep.
Who's Hot Wheels?
The governor. Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Texas governor.
What are you in a chair, right?
Yeah.
Oh, FDR want to be, huh? That's what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but
man.
He did it first.
Go ahead, AC.
No, I just said he did it first. That's all.
Oh. So yeah, they I don't know if you're gonna play the audio or not, but some I don't know if he's a sheriff or whatever. I don't know. Some police officer, they're apparently launching an investigation in Texas. Starting in Texas. Investigating basically what they did. But the crazy thing is, man, so they used I think it was COVID funds to fly motherfuckers from Texas to Florida and then fly them up to Martha's Vineyard. And I think he told them that there were gonna be jobs waiting on them and shit like that. So it was he misled them. Basically lied to him. You know what I mean? That's taxpayer money. That you wasting, trying to prove some little point or make some sort of fucking political statement or whatever the fuck I don't know what his end goal was. I think he was just really just making a joke for real. You know what I'm saying? But wasting tens of thousands of dollars, I'm sure, in doing that, man. So. I'm glad to hear that they are actually investigating it. I don't know, what type of charges may or may not be filed. So, something we just have to continue to pay attention to and see how that plays out.
You want to run the video?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Let's check it out.
The 48 migrants from Venezuela that, as we understand it at this point, the facts of the case at this point, are that on Wednesday, September 14th, here in Bexar County in the city of San Antonio, our understanding is that a Venezuelan migrant was paid what we would call a bird dog fee to recruit approximately 50 migrants from the area around a migrant resource center on San Pedro here in San Antonio. As we understand it, 48 migrants were lured, I will use the word lured, under false pretenses into staying at a hotel for a couple of days. They were taken by airplane. At a certain point, they were shuttled to an airplane where they were flown to Florida and then eventually flown to Martha's Vineyard, again, under false pretenses is the information that we have. That they were promised work, they were promised the solution to several of their problems. They were taken to Martha's Vineyard from what we can gather for little more than a photo op, video op, and then they were unceremoniously stranded in Martha's Vineyard. What infuriates me the most about this case is that here we have 48 people that are already on hard times, right? They are here legally in our country at that point. They have every right to be where they are.
Oh, they were here legally?
Yeah, they're here legally.
And I believe that they were preyed upon. Somebody came from out of state, preyed upon these people, lured them with promises of a better life, which is what they were absolutely looking for, and with the knowledge that they were going to cling to whatever hope they could be offered for a better life, to just be exploited and hoodwinked into making this trip to Florida and then onward to Martha's Vineyard for what I believe to be nothing more than political posturing to make a point. Well,
yeah. So I forget what I was trying to remember what their status was, you know, as immigrants. But yeah, I do remember that they are, yeah, as he said, you know, they're legal, they're here legally. So
I have a question.
They just playing with people's lives, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it me, or does this sound like kidnapping with the promise of human trafficking?
That is the question I was asking. Like, I don't know. I mean, if you, it's like
that is human
come
trafficking.
step into my van. I've got candy.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But it's also like force, or not force, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but turning these people into criminals. Because one of the videos I saw, they were like saying that these people needed to report to another city across the country 2 days later, or the next day, the next Monday or whatever, and they were dropped off on the weekend. And if they don't do that, then they're going to have to be deported immediately or be arrested immediately. So it's like
really
human trafficking, just fucking with people's lives, as well as putting them into the legal system or forcing them to get like hurt in some other kind of ways because of that.
Right. There it goes.
Yeah, I saw some wild shit. At first, I hadn't really dove in deep into this story. I was kind of mildly sympathetic to the plight of states that were saying, "Hey, we're bearing the burden of this. Let's send some people up and let folks from the East Coast deal with it because they don't have to directly deal with this issue." I was like, okay, it's kind of a dick move to not give them a heads up that they're coming, but at the same time, I guess these border states don't have a heads up when people come across the border. But now that you put it in the context of them being legally here, it's just all the way around a dick move. No. So.
And they were in Texas. He went and got them.
Yeah, and they weren't even in Florida.
He went and got them.
I could have seen like some Cubans and some Haitians or something like that,
Right, exactly.
That's just crazy, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, it don't make no sense, dog.
So, I don't know what to say about that. I think
it's par for the course, though.
Yeah, So, speaking of dick moves, you got I don't know if this is a good segue or not, but you got a black man who was doing some stand your ground here in Georgia, and he thought he was gonna get away with it, but apparently the state said differently. Could it be?
I thought you were going to a different story when you said.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta work on my segues. I ain't brought you. I ain't got the practice at it, so I gotta keep working on it, man. I'm gonna keep working on it. But you got a black man who was accused of murder, or excuse me, maybe not murder, but maybe manslaughter.
I think it was involuntary manslaughter.
Involuntary
manslaughter.
manslaughter.
No, it was manslaughter.
Yeah, I think it was. In a situation where apparently he was being run down by some girls in the car in Georgia.
It was some teenage dudes I think they were in a pickup or some shit or some sort of truck.
Okay.
And it was one teenage girl in the back.
Okay. From what I understand, it was 2020 when this took place, so probably some racially charged situation.
I think it was shortly after George Floyd, maybe.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and run the video. Let's see what it says.
When it affected somebody you love, I feel like I've gone through everything he's gone through for the past 2.5 years.
So apparently,
A Georgia man charged with.
Apparently, old buddy is mixed. He's got a white girlfriend. I think later in the video, he's going to have a black aunt and a white maybe cousin or something like that. So, he's I guess he's been told which side of the family is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You might have some white ancestry, but bro, you in this situation, don't be trying to claim stand your ground. Here we go.
Killing a teenage girl, claims he shot her in self-defense after a racist attack. Now his lawyers want the state's Stand Your Ground law to clear him.
Mark Wilson has been held in pretrial detention for over 400 days now. You might remember he's accused of shooting and killing a 17-year-old girl back in June of 2020. Wilson has argued he was just defending himself, as he says the girl and her friends were chasing him in their car, trying to run his car off the road while shouting racist slurs.
Just moments ago, a Bullitt County jury found Wilson guilty of involuntary manslaughter and not guilty on all other charges against him.
My name is Chance Pridgeon, and I am Mark's cousin. Everything that's happened since he was arrested, it's definitely been a battle. We fought to get him a bond. We had a bond reconsideration hearing, and the judge said he would give us an answer within a few days. Well, a few days turned into a year and a half. It's been a battle for him, but hopefully we're near the end of it. It's been a long...
So you can hear his cousin's voice, right?
Yep.
Yep.
You want to guess the race?
He sounds cornbread fed.
Cornbread. So he is going to make an assertion here in a second that if it had been him and not his cousin in the place, things might have gone different.
2.5 years. If you put me in Mark's shoes, there's no way that I would have been prosecuted. Odds are I would have been given a medal, probably got a parade in my name. I mean, it's unreal at how he was treated just because he's a little bit more tan than I am. Justice is not just bringing Mark home, it's helping others that are unjustly incarcerated. But to me, justice is going after the ones that are really responsible for what happened. You know, Mark has been deemed the monster ever since this happened on June 14th of 2020, but the true monsters, they're still out walking free.
Where's Ricky Schroeder? Where's the My Pillow guy? I don't know.
I got some feelings about this one because the article that I'm reading says that he was drunk. Like he was intoxicated at the time of the incident.
Okay.
So he had been drinking all afternoon. He had gotten in the car and was driving. And I'm wondering, is there something? I feel like there's a piece missing. Like, did you almost sideswipe their shit and they were going off on you? I mean, like, I wonder him being intoxicated, does that change the outcome of the situation? Like, if he wasn't intoxicated, would things have gone more in his favor?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the first time I heard about that aspect of it. I didn't know that.
What if
I could see it having, playing some sort of factor, you know what I mean?
What if he was in his car and the police dispatcher told him not to pursue the young man in the hoodie on foot?
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, the article that I'm reading, they are trumping up stuff. They're talking about his big ass truck. They're saying it has a lift kit, and that these people were in. They said that they were in a compact car. So I mean,
they were in the car. Okay.
So they're giving this depiction that he is in this large vehicle. He's been, he's under the influence. They're making it seem like he's the true, menace in this situation. So I don't know. I'm thinking that the alcohol may have played a role in his not getting that, staying your ground law. I don't know.
Are you saying like changed his actions or changed like the jury?
Change the jury's depiction of the situation. Because if he hadn't have been drinking, I would have been like, oh shit, They making this seem like he was in like a 350.
George Zimmerman was in the truck. He got out the truck, pursued a teenage boy, had a gun in hand, and he was still able to claim stand your ground. I don't know what the size of the vehicle would have to do.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking it's the liquor. That's it.
That's it? You're thinking it?
Not like completion of it, but I think that led the jury to believe that he was actually the instigator of the situation because he didn't have good reason.
You're saying he gave them permission to think that?
No.
Because, I mean, the brother is a brother.
Well, he's half brother.
Damn, that's what we doing? Hold up, time out, hold up, that's what we doing today?
You gonna take that?
That's what we doing today? He's half brother?
I think he said he was to meet you outside.
What are you just saying? What are you just saying, Kim?
Oh, to meet me outside, girl. We're going to bring her into this, too. I'm saying if he had not been drinking and gotten behind the wheel, I think he would have got off. That's what I'm saying.
So check this out, though, Kim. In this article that I got, say studies have found a significant racial disparity in whether homicides are deemed to be justified based on the race of the shooter and that of the person shot. A 2020 study by the U.S. Commissioner on Civil Rights said white on black homicides have justifiable findings 33 percentage points more often than black on white homicides, with stand your ground laws exacerbating that disparity.
I totally agree.
So but I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a situation where if he would have been sober, he would have been fine. That's my thought.
I think the jury still would have been out to get him just because of who he was and who they were.
Yeah, you know, it was a teenage white girl that was killed, and then there was also some discrepancies in the testimony. His girlfriend testified because she was with him when it happened, and we should also point out too that he legally owned the gun and had the permit to carry and all that shit. But anyways, his girlfriend, I guess she said that she didn't hear the racial slurs. But she said that, everything happened, like, she was scared. And so, she was just like, but she didn't hear any racial slurs.
That's the thing, that she might not have been ready to hear them. Like, that might not be what she
were trying to run him off the road and shit, that they were fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? She corroborated that part, but she said she didn't hear the racial slurs.
So of course, the lack of racial slurs, the lack of racial slurs means that it may not be pursued as a hate crime by the people who are now classified as the victims. Because I mean,
the thing is that a good prosecutor, they're going to use that, that the stories ain't quite matching up. So they're going to use whatever they can to get that, to disparage his account.
Create some doubt. Yeah. No. So old buddy got 10 years,
which was the maximum.
The max.
Got the max. I think it was the conviction of involuntary manslaughter could go anywhere from 1 to 10 years, and they gave him the max.
You out here killing white women. No, you can't be out here shooting white women in Georgia. He know better.
Right.
Shooting white women off that I-10 East Corridor. Good luck, buddy.
Good luck.
Good fucking luck.
Good luck.
So,
we don't give a fuck about the circumstances.
Give a fuck about none of you niggas. Speaking of fuck niggas, this one might be better. We got an Olathe Northwest teacher. So a local guy who is a wrestling coach has been dismissed from his position and arrested. Kim, I think you came up with this one. You want to tackle it?
Yes. Anyone that knows me knows that I cannot stand teachers like this. I mean, this type of shit's been going on since forever. This gentleman, his name is listed, but he's a 47-year-old, and Olathe North. He was a physical education teacher and a wrestling coach, and the kids is just fucked up in the head behind it, because like they're like, he's such a good dude, he was such a good coach, he taught me so many things, and then they have to deal with this. So I kind of feel for the kids on this, but I digress. So long story short, this gentleman has been engaging in some illicit activities with students. So the students are old enough to consent for sex, so they're 16 to 17 years old. But
16-year-olds can consent?
Yeah, 16. At the age of 16, you can consent to sexual activity in the state of Kansas. In this state of Kansas.
Yeah. You can consent with people of any age?
If they're 16 or over, I think it was.
Yes.
It's different. The age is different in different states.
Okay, so it's not like a graduated thing where if you're 16 you can consent to like somebody 3 years older or nothing like that. Or the dude's 47, right?
He's 47, yeah. So, because like the argument would have normally been, well, the 16-year-old can consent to sex, but because of the relationship between them, the student-teacher relationship, that's where the legality part comes in. Let me find it in the article. So.
Well, I mean, it's grooming.
It is.
And the power.
The power differential. Yeah.
And so it sounded like old buddy was using her Snapchat. So I'm gonna let you study. I'm gonna go ahead and play the video if that's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Breaking in Olathe, a former teacher and coach is now facing charges for having a sexual relationship with a student. KMBC 9's Jackson Kurtz is at Olathe Northwest High School with more on the story. Jackson?
Well, we've been talking to parents at the school all afternoon who tell us kids are having a difficult time reacting to all of this news. That teacher, former teacher Stephen Mesa, is charged with 3 counts of sexual relations with a student over the age of 16, going back to alleged incidents that happened between July 1st and August 26th of this year. Now, a spokesperson for Olathe Public Schools says Mesa has been with the district for 21 years. The district says after learning of the allegations against him last month, he was placed on leave and then referred to the situation to police, who recommended that he should be fired. Now, parents we spoke with, some of them were shocked to hear this news.
It's just terrible, and that sort of incident is shocking to me, and I really can't understand how a person like that is in the teaching profession.
And the Board of Education meeting shows that Mesa was fired on September 1st. We'll have more on this developing story coming up tonight.
Yeah. So, again, I think it went on to say that Snapchat was being used to communicate between him and the students.
So it was more than one student?
Ooh. Kim.
It said 3 counts, so it made me think that it was at least 2 students. I don't know why. I don't think it's 3 students. I think it's 2 students, because they kept saying like one age 16, one age 17. So that's why I'm thinking there may be 2 victims. But that's a real quick turnaround. Like, you just did that like couple 2 months ago, and they already done snatched you up. So it either must have been real egregious, or he done messed with the wrong one's kids. One of the 2.
Well, probably, but it sounded like he left a paper trail.
True.
I mean, when the dots lead back to you, he leaving breadcrumbs for motherfuckers to follow. So I don't know. But
didn't work out in his favor on this one. He didn't Hansel and Gretel that one right. I gotta find the original article, because it went into a little bit more detail in regards to it, but
why is it always seem like a coach or a math teacher? I'm just saying, why does it always seem like it's a coach or a math teacher in this situation?
I don't know. Speaking as a coach, I don't know what the fuck you talking about, but
nigga, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, like, incidents known and unknown over the course of my time, it has been a coach or a math teacher.
maybe they have the most opportunity to spend time with students, like alone, like a lot of students struggle at math, so they need a little extra time with the math teacher, so they get that little one-on-one time to groom them. And as a coach, you're gonna get time, especially if you have girls on whatever type of team that you're coaching, you know what I mean, or whatever you into, So I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with this. It's not a very solid theory. It's just a theory, though.
Your wrestling coach too. They a little different.
Yeah.
I agree with that. That's for sure.
Are we sure they're girls?
What?
Are we sure?
I don't know if it said. Did it say they were girls? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It didn't say, did it?
Valid. Valid.
Because it's wrestling.
But you also got to remember, like, I wrestled in high school for a couple of years, and I was the only girl, but they were girl managers, so it could have been somebody who was a manager, because a lot of the managers, at least from my high school vantage point, like, they were, like, putting themselves out there in different type of ways. Some of the managers for boys teams, I'll say that much.
Putting themselves out there.
Huh?
That sounded like that was dripping with judgment.
No, but I'm that was what I saw. They were like very blatantly, like I even had to talk to one girl at one point that was a manager for the wrestling team. I was like, girl, what are you doing? Because it was just a lot. So.
Okay, we got time. What's she doing?
Just
details.
Talking about things that she would be willing to do to people. Like, just out of nowhere, like, why are you even bringing this up? What does this have to do with anything that's happening right now? Trying to cozy up to people on bus rides. It was just a lot.
Was she talking about, she wasn't talking about the adults, was she? She was talking about the kids?
No. Yeah, this was with kids. This is not, so I don't know if it's similar with that. Like, the managers maybe get friendly. Because I also have seen teams or bands and all kinds of stuff where the kids do get really close with the sponsor or the coach that's there. There was my freaking band teacher at my high school ended up marrying somebody who was a year older than me. So it does happen. You never know.
So a year older than you wasn't somebody that went to their school, was it?
It was somebody who was like when I was a junior, she was a senior, and the band teacher was our band teacher. And 5 or 6 years later, after she was out of college, or would have been around the age to be out of college, they were married and had already been having a relationship for a minute. So, and also were very close. Even looking back in high school, I was like, oh, that actually doesn't surprise me. As soon as I heard the name of the girl, I was like, oh, that doesn't surprise me, because they were kind of real buddy back when we were in school.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
But I don't know. It might have been boys.
Could have been.
Yeah, the article really doesn't say. It just says 3 counts of unlawfully engaging in consensual sexual intercourse with a person 16 or more years old.
It almost makes me want to say that it is a boy, because I don't know if I've heard him say person and when it's a girl.
Mm.
Yeah,
like they were intentionally trying to make you not know the gender here.
Yeah, we knew that that old buddy shot a girl on the truck. but we don't know about who the coach shot in the back with the with the other gun.
That was good.
Yeah. That was horrible.
Do you sideline? Do you have a side hustle as a mall cop? Because that was a good segue right there.
Was it? Like, what was the old boy Kevin James?
I can't even remember that movie.
I can't even remember it either.
Was it called Mall Cop?
I think it was, yeah.
Art the Mall Cop or some shit.
Yeah. So, talking about side hustles, your boy Brett Favre This motherfucker is trash. He's stealing from the least of these, man. So, if those of you who don't know, Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre, longtime Packer, short-time Jet and Viking, from Hattiesburg, my children's mother's hometown, and
where is that?
Hattiesburg is
in Texas.
No, it's south of Mississippi. I mean, south of Jackson and Mississippi. Yeah. So you're about halfway between Jackson and Gulfport, I think. So I think his alma mater was Southern Miss. He had a daughter who was going to Southern Miss to play volleyball. So he was called upon to build a new volleyball facility for them. And instead of coming out of
didn't he volunteer?
Yeah, I don't know. I said called upon. He could have volunteered. I'm not exactly sure how the conversation came to be. But what he ended up doing is getting to a situation with officials from the state who, very much like Ron DeSantis, wanted to use tax dollars in a way they were not intended, and dipped into the welfare fund to pay for this volleyball facility. Any thoughts?
$5 million.
$5 million. And then so not the whole $5 million went to the volleyball facility. About a million of it went into his pocket, didn't it?
Thanks. Yeah. Something about speaking engagements or some shit like that.
Yeah, he was supposed to do some speaking engagements.
And didn't even speak, did he?
Yeah, I don't even think he did.
No, he didn't
say a word.
Oh wow.
But $5 million, I thought $5 million was only scratching the surface of what they actually took, though, because I thought overall, when you counted everything that they took, it was like $70 million they funneled.
Yeah, I think it was
like 77.
Yeah. I think there was another video in the chat group where I think there might be a co-conspirator who's willing to sing.
Yeah, I believe somebody is already cooperating.
Yeah.
Somebody's already cooperating.
But why we acting like we didn't know Brett Favre was a piece of shit already, though?
We ain't acting that way.
Well, I think we knew he was a piece of shit. I don't think we knew how big a piece of shit he was, though.
Yeah. I mean,
this is some low shit. And the thing that's got me fucked up is like we over here talking about other stories. Like this nigga didn't just steal $5 million from poor people.
Yeah.
In tax dollars. Like so are federal charges on the way?
So what?
Are federal charges on the way?
They should be.
They need to be.
Yeah.
Federal or state and state.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be, man. I don't know. Like I said, I read that there's already somebody cooperating from the governor's office, you know.
Yeah, there's a video of him walking out of court, and reporters are asking him, "You have anything to say?" And he got his lips zipped tight all the way to the car, man. He didn't say shit. So,
I think the thing that bothers me too, which is probably bothering everybody else, like where is Jason Fatlock at now? Like where is Stephen A? Where all these motherfuckers at that will go in on old boy for cheating on Nia Long and go in on Michael Vick for all these dogs, you know, for his situation with the dogs, and even go in on Colin Kaepernick, who did absolutely fucking nothing. But we ain't heard but maybe 2 stories about Brett Favre, and most of the shit we had to go find ourselves.
Well, I'll tell you who did.
I've seen plenty of shit on there, actually.
I tell you who did go in is Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, he did.
Here we go.
You got to be a sorry mofo to steal from the lowest of the low. Skip, Mississippi is the poorest state in our country.
It is.
Its citizens. So if they're the poorest state, Brett Favre is taken from the underserved. You made $100+ million in the NFL. And they're talking about, well, he didn't know. This is what Brett Favre texts. If you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much? So if you gotta ask this question, is there any way the media can find out? You already know you're doing something wrong. The mere fact that you don't want anybody to know. So you know you're doing something wrong. And Skip, he wanted to seem so philanthropic. He wanted to change the perception of the narrative. He take money for some damn volleyball arena.
Well, his
daughter plays. So, you see what Brett Favre did for his alma mater? No, he didn't get no money came out of his pocket. He stole money from people that really needed that money.
Yep.
Man, this is embarrassing. And he's not the only one. Ted DiBiase, a former wrestler, even Marcus Dupree, a great running back at the school that you loved growing up, Oklahoma. He got money. How can you got to be really low to take from the poorest of the poor? Brett, you ain't got enough money? Okay, Skip, listen. You know you're not supposed to have this. But how about go give the damn speeches? They're paying you to give speeches, and you didn't even give the speeches. And now you won't even pay the money back.
Yeah.
He's a scoundrel.
A scoundrel, a carpetbagger.
Carpetbagger.
Same motherfucker that was sending dick pics in the locker room to the fucking trainer.
Yeah. Nigga, hold up. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
With the Jets.
Yep.
So how do you not get the same smoke as old buddy with the Browns?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what Shannon was saying that too. He was I seen him. I don't know if it was that same episode, but he was talking about like how that shit didn't even come up when it was time for him to get inducted into the Hall of Fame. But when it was T.O.'s time to get inducted to the Hall of Fame, they brought up all sorts of shit, even though T.O. ain't never did nothing other than run his mouth. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't never had no issues with the law while he was playing football. You know what I mean? He never violated any rules. He never got suspended for shit. You know what I'm saying? But, people had all sorts of shit to say when it was his time to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. But they, when Brett Favre, when it was his time, it was all crickets. You know what I mean? So, what AC was saying is true. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
It'll be the same shit for Ben Roethlisberger too.
Yeah, no doubt. Yep.
Did anybody watch the video on this?
What's the video?
The Undisputed with Shannon and Skip.
Yeah, I did, man.
Did you catch how Roger felt about it?
Yeah, I saw his comment.
What do you think about it?
Talking about his comment towards Skip.
Yeah.
Kind of caping for him. Man, I think that at the end of the day, they're gonna do that whole back and forth thing where they play one side versus the other. But in this situation, you can't do that shit, man.
Did you feel this cape for him?
I don't feel like he caped for him, but I think he tried to give it a soft landing. No, this shit need to crash and fucking burn.
He didn't give the same energy. Yeah, he was not giving out the same energy he gave for other motherfuckers.
You know what I'm saying? If that would have been fucking LeBron James, he would have fucking tore down the Eiffel fucking Tower. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
So like keep that same energy. If you gonna spit the truth, spit the truth. Don't muffle the truth.
I don't know. Shannon might have been giving enough truth for everybody though.
Huh?
I said Shannon might have been giving out enough truth for everybody.
Damn right, Shannon don't give a fuck, and I loved it.
Yeah. And shit, his brother played with him.
Yep, he said he mentioned that too in the interview.
Mm-hmm.
And he don't like Brett Favre because he thinks Brett Favre got his brother hurt. So he don't like Brett Favre to begin with.
Because his brother was a machine too, man.
Yes, he was.
He should be in the Hall of Fame. So.
He is.
Did he make it in?
He is in.
When?
Yeah,
he ain't in the Hall of Fame.
He's not?
No. He ain't played with like 8 seasons.
His career was too short.
Yeah.
Like not that didn't disqualify him, but like his number, because his career was cut short, he didn't quite hit the numbers, whatever. But he was, he was dominant receiver the whole time he was in the league.
Let Sterling in, man.
Yeah. Free Sterling. But I mean, so yeah, I think the analogy I have for Shannon is not for Shannon, for Skip is, you know, when one of his guys fuck up, he look like a dog that shit on the rug.
That's good. That's really fucking good.
He knew he fucked up. He didn't want to look up.
Yeah.
I wish I could see it right now.
Yeah, man. Why you, but to be honest, Skip, man, why you think your boy ain't spoke up on this shit? Like Steven, maybe he haven't. I ain't heard it, but why
I heard you talk about it.
I mean, did he give you that visceral, that passion? Like, what the fuck did he say?
He did his typical Stephen A. thing, you know.
He was demonstrative and all that. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he ain't giving no pass or nothing. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know what I mean?
I mean, we need to have this motherfucker on the same alert we had for Coach Reed's son, for Brett Reed.
Right.
Brett Favre.
Well, I'm talking about this. No, fuck that shit. This nigga need to go to jail.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, we need. I mean, I know we only have a small footprint in the media world, but motherfuckers need to stay on their ass. And every time something come up, yo, where the fuck is the indictment?
Yeah, he does. The former governor does, and whoever else. You know, because like AC was saying, it was $77 million misappropriated. Yeah. So that was just a small portion of it. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, that's just the
some heads need to roll.
The tip of the glacier. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
You niggas defrauded the government. Anybody, and Shannon hit that shit right on the nose. Catch a motherfucker defrauding some fucking food stamps.
Yeah,
they gonna try to take your ass and put you underneath the jail for $400 fucking.
And then somebody used you in their campaign ad.
Right, well, you know, Merrick Garland's DOJ is not gonna be fucking around with this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Merrick Garland ain't gonna be on it, so
he coming after that ass.
Yeah, he coming after that ass. So he coming in there Mar-a-Lago style.
Right.
We come for everything, son. We want the boxes. Give us the boxes.
Speaking of, didn't they get that motherfucker on something else too?
No, speaking
of lawsuit, we should have brought that. I didn't think about that. In New York, they filed a lawsuit against him and his 3 grown kids because of what he's accused allegedly was doing with his real estate. He was bumping up the valuation of his real estate.
Oh yeah.
For loans, but then he was devaluing it when it came to taxes.
All the time.
Allegedly. So they didn't know, as far as I know, no criminal charges have been filed, but I believe the state of New York filed a lawsuit against all of them.
Well, just like they raided in Mar-a-Lago for the boxes, we got another nigga that's out here for the boxes.
Uh-oh. Boxes.
Like this going somewhere.
Boston Celtics head coach Emi Udoka is out for the boxes, bro.
Oh God! Oh,
he's out here trying to get him.
Oh,
D'Lo wasn't good enough. He said, "You said you want some of this long dick." So. Anyway, Mr. Udoka here is basically. Who wants to speak on this one? Zeb, you an NBA fan. You want to talk about it?
I guess it came out like a couple of days ago. That was it yesterday? I don't know. A couple of days ago.
I feel like it was yesterday, but yeah, go ahead.
Apparently, he had an affair with a female staffer. You know. He's the head coach of the Boston Celtics, who was just in the NBA Finals, lost to the Golden State Warriors, of course. And so today, or yesterday, I guess it was, they announced that they were suspending him for a year without guaranteeing that he was going to be the head coach after the suspension. So that's basically where it's at. There haven't been any details on the situation, on the relationship, as far as I know. Well, I heard that there was that the female staffer said that something about inappropriate comments. You know, it was very vague. You know what I heard? They didn't say anything specific.
Well, I heard everything was consensual.
Yeah, everything was consensual. Yeah, that's been the line from the jump, that it was all consensual. But it's the power dynamic. That's and also the Boston Celtics organization apparently have a rule against fraternization. You know what I'm saying? So he violated that policy more than the rules of policy. Now I saw Matt Barnes. I don't think I posted it. He had posted a like a, I don't know what, like an Instagram thing, and like yesterday, and he was kind of defending. You know, he was just like, you know, this shit happens all the fucking time. You know, in the sports world, especially in professional sports, which I'm sure it does. So you know, he was kind of coming to his defense, but apparently, well, I know he took that down, I think like a couple hours later, and he made another post, I think earlier today, saying that after he made that post yesterday, that somebody called him and gave him details about what happened. And so he said that's why he took it down and you know, made the post today. And he was like, he's not going to go into it. He was like, that's not his job to divulge the details, but if it comes out, it comes out. But he was just like, you know, once he heard what actually happened, he was like, I can't stand behind that. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically where it's at right now, man.
So, but we right back to it again. Like, we talking about a man who had, you know, an affair with a woman who wasn't married, was in a relationship, whatever. Meanwhile, in the same sport, the same situation, we got an owner making racist comments about players and other people all over the fucking court, and we ain't talking about that as much as we talking about this shit.
Well, this nigga,
I mean, I get it.
I think. Like, he's closer to the cameras. He's on the floor during the games. He just came out the NBA Finals. He's married. I'm not married, but engaged to Nia Long.
I mean, but is that an excuse? So we just let the owner slide for calling the motherfucking players?
I ain't saying we let it slide, but who the fuck know the name? Who knew the owner?
Yeah, I don't. To be honest with you, AC, I haven't seen that disparity, man. I saw a whole bunch of shit about Sarver, Robert Sarver.
I mean, you also might have been in tune with it and looking for it. You don't have to be in tune.
I'll say this, that the
black head coach of this professional basketball team cheated on Nia Long. You don't have to know shit about basketball to know about that right now.
Well, it's the Nia Long situation is something else too, bro.
All right.
Like, who the fuck cheats on Nia Long, nigga? Who does that?
It's going to reach a different audience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like
because she's involved in it.
Dude, remember Ghostface, Nia? When I see you, I'm alone.
Yeah, I remember, nigga. I remember.
So I mean, it just adds a different element to it, man.
I get it, man, but
so the article we have pulled up, I don't know if you guys want to listen to it, but it does mention the situation with the owner from Phoenix. So we'll let it run.
Ime Udoka led the Boston Celtics all the way to the NBA Finals. Now the team is benching its new star coach for the entire season. In a statement, the Celtics said Udoka violated team policies with no elaboration. ESPN reporting it's over a consensual relationship with a female staffer. Today, team management was asked why the penalty was so severe.
I personally feel that this is well warranted and appropriate. Backed by substantial research and evidence and facts.
Coach Udoka did not respond to NBC News' request for comment, but told ESPN in part, "I want to apologize to our players, fans, the entire Celtics organization, and my family for letting them down. I am sorry for putting the team in this difficult situation, and I accept the team's decision." With few details, a flurry of speculation hit social media.
You know, we have a lot of talented women in our organization, and I thought yesterday was really hard on them.
The suspension comes less than 2 weeks after the NBA suspended Phoenix Suns owner Robert Sarver for a year and fined him $10 million for making sexist and racist comments.
Are you seeing a league that's trying to send a message here?
Absolutely. I think it puts a lot of people around the league on notice that you can't treat this like a 1950s locker room anymore.
The NBA season is just weeks away, with 2 teams facing scandals that have shaken their organizations and the entire league.
So, I mean, we did hear about the Suns owner in this story. Obviously, he wasn't the focus of the story, but I mean, you know, that was 2 weeks ago. I don't know.
It sound like
that it was announced that he was selling the team.
It sound like he got it. Somebody else wanted it and snitched on him getting it. That's what it sounded like to me.
Wait. Who got what?
I'm talking about the coach, Boston Celtics coach.
Somebody else wanted what?
He hooked up with old girl.
Yeah.
Somebody else wanted to hook up with her, got pissed and bitchy, leaked some information, and that's how that happened. Because you can't tell me that shit don't happen all the time.
I heard something that somebody had come through and said that somebody in the office had noticed it, and she had actually admitted that it wasn't fully consensual. So I'm wondering if that's why there's the year-long suspension, because there's details that haven't fully been spilled. I don't remember where I saw that, and I can't confirm or deny it or anything like that. But I heard that it was not actually consensual. I think I saw it on Twitter.
Oh, wow. That changed.
This article I'm reading, they're saying that it was unwanted, like he was making unwanted comments towards her. So he's making unwanted comments. So it is kind of, it doesn't make sense. It can't be a consensual sexual relationship or consensual relationship if he's making unwanted comments towards her.
Well, it can be like, he could be, so like, you know, he might pass her in the hallway or something, be like, you know, you gonna do that thing later? You know, you gonna do that thing for me later or some shit? You know, right. Saying a little slick shit with, you know, with people around, not really saying the real thing, but, you know, right. I have no idea, but I'm just saying that's how it could be consensual and unwanted comments, you know.
Okay, yeah.
But, you know, I was watching something, and I'm surprised I didn't think about this myself, because there's a good documentary on Hulu that I'm in the middle of about the Lakers. And in that documentary, the owner of the Lakers now, the current owner of the Lakers, Jeannie Buss, talked about her relationship with Phil Jackson, who was head coach of the Lakers at the time.
Okay.
You know, they dated for years, and that was, so, you know, but the Lakers run their organization how they run their organization. The Celtics run theirs how they run theirs. Obviously, at that time, she was the owner's daughter. But she was an executive, you know. She had an executive position at that time with the Lakers, and you know, so it's just kind of, you know, the disparity, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, it's a similar situation. But I will say, with that situation, from my memory, because I remember, you know, back when the Lakers was winning championships and shit, that was known. So they were out in the open with it. You know what I'm saying? They weren't trying to hide, and then shit gets leaked and shit gets messy. You know what I mean? So I just thought that was an interesting counter example of factor.
Can I take this in a different direction for a high second?
Please do.
Because like when Beyonce got cheated on, it was this whole, if you cheat on Beyonce, you'll cheat on anybody. And I feel like now with this whole Nia Long situation, it's like if you cheat on Nia Long, you'll cheat on anybody. They've been engaged since 2015. They have a child together. I'm trying to figure out, number one, why aren't y'all married? That's y'all. I say all this to say, like, she's human. I'm pretty sure she got some level of flaw in her relationship. I'm not saying that that is what led to his inappropriate behavior, but I think women need to stop putting this undue pressure on other women. Like, this chick is already going through enough in a public forum. Now we dropping memes like, you know, trying to uplift her, but I can imagine how that shit could be real damn stressful. Like, Nia Long just like, yo, everybody know that my dude cheated on me with somebody. This is bad enough. Now I got people dropping memes about how, you know, if you cheat on Nia Long, you know, men ain't shit. Like, it's too much. I wish people didn't do the whole let's try to uplift our sister by creating memes or trying to get her national holidays. Jamal Bowman tried to get her a whole national holiday. So anywho, I just needed
what
to.
What was the foundation of national holiday? What was the holiday supposed to be about?
He said, well, I guess it was something he posted on Twitter. He said, sending nothing but love to Nia Long. We're not letting a man who didn't recognize the luxury her presence was dim all her beauty and glory. Now, if that's him shooting his shot, that's a real creative way. But he said, matter of fact, we need a Nia Long national holiday. And if somebody had to remind him that he was a sitting U.S. House member.
Right, I was about to say, that's the dude, the Congress member in New York, right? Bronx or something. Not the Bronx, but
who was it? Who said it?
Jamal Bowman, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, he just got elected last elections. What year is this? Back in?
He could have been shooting a shot. I don't know.
I don't know. That was kind of an irresponsible public comment for somebody in his position.
I think, like you said, he's just trying to uplift and shit. Or I don't know.
I feel you, but there's ways you can do that. Especially
he could have got up and said some poetry or something. I'm trying to beat the blues in your right leg, trying to make it to be the funk in your. I don't know. J. Cole might get his shot. I mean, I'm sure everybody out here trying to get their shot at Nia. I don't know. That is odd that they were engaged since 2015. You would think somebody of Nia's stature would be able to tell him to shit or get off the pot, you know.
Hey, man.
It hurt. That might have been hurt.
But it could have been hurt.
Yeah. I mean, some people cool with it. I mean, like Goldie Hawn and who is that? Kurt Russell, one of them motherfuckers. Kurt somebody. They've been together for like 20, 30 some years, and they never.
I ain't saying being, but I think there's a difference between being together in like common law or whatever, and being engaged. Like, how long you call somebody your fiance?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So he showed intent without action, or whatever, however it wanted to work, whoever issue it was, because we can't just say just because she's a beautiful woman, we can't say she might not be fucked up. She might be fucked up too. Yeah. And he might be fucked up too. You don't know. So
well, that's Halle Berry had all kind of wild shit going on, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I forgot what it was, but I know.
I think she's just wild. You know what I'm saying? I think she's just wild. That's all. Wasn't that, you know?
Yeah, because Eric Benet was cheating on her, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Eric Benet was a sex addict, though.
Yeah, he claimed he was.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, sure.
This nigga Mike too.
He saw
some motherfuckers just cheat, man. I mean, you know.
I mean, he want them boxes.
Yeah, you know. I mean, look, I've cheated before, and it didn't necessarily have anything to do with my wife at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you also remember 9 times out of 10 when a motherfucker cheat with the mother who's closest to him.
Yeah.
And that is the thing about the, no fraternizing thing, man, is that, I don't know. I mean, you meet people at work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And especially when you in that type of a job where you probably in the facility like 15, 16, 17 hours a day, sometimes probably sleeping that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? As a head coach and whatnot, so when you're around people all the time. So I personally understand why an organization, why a corporation would have a policy of no fraternizing. I just don't see it being realistic though. But I understand because shit like this happens. You know what I mean? Shit gets messy, causes problems.
I can understand it if you motherfuckers are direct reports. Like if you directly report to me or I directly report, no, that shit can't happen. But if we work in 2 different fucking parts of the building, who gives a fuck?
Right. Cause shit like this.
You're wild. I mean,
and motherfuckers all relate. Relationships oftentimes don't last. They don't work out.
That's the thing. I'm like,
you break up, you still got to work with this person. You might not be working with them directly, but y'all see each other. Y'all, the energy's fucked up.
Is it wise to shit where you eat?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
It's very convenient.
No, not at all. But
we seen what happened with Billy Clinton.
Yeah.
So
it's not wise, but sometimes it could be convenient as a motherfucker.
Right.
Could be. So what do we think, folks? Looks like the tabs, they have been tabulated. Who got something else to say?
Roger, we miss you. Joe sucks.
Yeah, he does. He's not that dude.
You did good, man. You held it down.
My fucking computer suck. I need to get this figured out so we can share the screen.
Yeah, we figured this shit out.
But I appreciate everybody else for chipping in, man. Again, Donnie Bosco was out there, loving on his boys and his family. So we wish him well. Have a good weekend.
We miss you, bro.
10 didn't show up. Maybe he's getting his stuff packed because he's on his way back.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right.
But and then AC getting his pack, so we glad he stuck around with us. We got some traveling folk out of down there in H-Town doing things. So yeah, we y'all gonna link up?
Who that?
Aren't you down in Houston?
Me and AC, I don't even know if I have time for anything, honestly.
Oh, damn, she ain't got time for you, nigga. She ain't got time for you.
It's not that I don't have time. It's like I'm here for like 2.5 days, and I've got 7, 8, 9 adult family members, plus I don't even remember how many nephews and nieces that I got to help entertain and stuff too. It's a lot. And my dog. Yeah.
Dog.
So you got shit going on.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
But AC, it's nice to be in the same city as you, in the same maybe area code. I'm in Pearland right now. Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in Katy. See?
Oh yeah, that's where one of my cousins used to stay too.
But that's all right. We breathe in the same air. As long as we don't breathe Herschel Walker's Chinese air, we'll be all right.
There it is.
This hot ass air. It's 11:30 and it's still 80 degrees right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a cool off. What y'all talking about? That's good shit.
That's my sister. My sister picked me up from the airport yesterday, and she was like, the other day I was walking around and it just felt so nice. The breeze was nice. The weather felt good. I wasn't sweating. And she said, I looked at my phone and it said it was 95. She was like, I must be really from Texas now because it felt so nice.
There was no humidity.
Man, oh no, this is too hot. But it's all good. Good to see my people.
Yeah, have a good weekend. Hope you enjoy it.
Everyone, have a great weekend.
Absolutely. So, for Lady Lavender, Honey Buns, Slim AC, Zeb the Soldier. This is half of the Brothers of Doom. Mr. Jefferson out here repping it.
Joe Pop.
That's right, Joe Pop. Here to tell you to never miss an opportunity, even though I'd about to miss an opportunity to break bread with her brothers and sisters. It didn't apply to her. The rest of y'all don't miss the opportunity.
I'm breaking bread with everybody right now, virtually.
There it is. Yeah, she spent some virtual time breaking bread with her brothers and sisters. I appreciate it. So everybody else do the same. We out.
Break bread with your brothers whenever possible.
How is your wrist?
It's definitely swelling.
Because right now is better than next Thursday at 10.
Yeah, I'd better call.
There's 24/7 360 care with a Kaiser Permanente doctor by phone or video with in-person urgent care options if you need them. So, what'd they say?
That you need a new tennis partner.
Day or night, Alpharetta to Jonesboro, we're here for you. Restrictions apply. If you have an emergency medical condition, call 911 or go to the nearest hospital. Learn more at georgia.kp.org/care. Kaiser Permanente. Thrive.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.